Okay, let's start today. Return the provided string with the first letter of each word capitalized. Make sure the rest of the word is in lowercase. For the purpose of this exercise, you should also capitalize connecting words like the and of. So I think slice here. I don't know if this is gonna separate by word, but yeah. And should capitalize maybe this is the one. To local uppercase method returns the calling string value converted to uppercase according to any local specific case mapping. The local parameter indicates the locale should be used to convert to uppercase according to any local specific case mappings. Multiple locales are given in an array. The best available locale is used. Value a new string representing the calling string converted to uppercase according to any local specific case map. Exceptions are range error, invalid language, strongly for local arguments is invalid language. Type error, strongly if an array element is enough. Type string. Local uppercase method returns the value of the string converted to uppercase according to any local specific case mappings. Does not affect the value of the string itself. In most cases, this will produce the same result as true uppercase. But for some locales, such as Turkish, whose case mappings do not follow the default case mappings in Unicode, there may be a different result. Also notice that converge is not necessarily a one-by-one character map. Some characters might result in two or even more characters when transformed to uppercase. Therefore, the length of the result string can differ from the input length. That's not what I want. How do you figure out only the first letter? Let me see something. So this doesn't do anything. Slice. Let's put a comma here. You see? Yeah. I think you need to create a new string, actually. That's the issue. Now it's working. So it's not a slice, the term. I want to break them by spaces to find out which word. Separate them by word. Lowercase. And maybe I can make them connected, make just one word, and I want to be able to know the beginning and the end of each word. Split method divides the string into an ordered list of substrings, puts these substrings into an array, and returns the array. Division is done by searching for a pattern. Yeah, that's what I want. And now I need to make each word uppercase and then join them together. Can I do that after I split them? Let's switch to lowercase. The problem is that these two commands are too general. Returns the value of the string converted to lowercase. Does not affect the value of the string itself. Maybe replace the right command. It starts with method determines whether a string begins with the characters of a specified string. Turns true or false. Concat method concatenates the string arguments to the calling string and returns a new string. Let me see. How can I revert back to a string after using split? Place. Maybe it's a good one. Put the substrings into an array and returns the array. The division is done by searching for a pattern. Maybe you can use a for loop, then loop through the array and put them together. By adding them up one by one. The following example split looks for 0 or more spaces followed by semicolons. And when the following removes the space in the semicolon from the string. Oh, maybe I can use regex to do it. It's probably easier. Yeah, it has to be with regex instead of this. The replace method returns a new string if some or all matches of a pattern replaced by a replacement. Pattern can be a string or a regex, and the replacement can be a string or a function to be called for each match. Pattern is a string, only the first occurrence will be replaced. The original string is left unchanged. Now Now I have to remember how I did it in the previous exercise. That I used regex with for an object for a string. Oh, I think I used the plus sign and then the regex I wanted to use. Let's see. Match all, I think. Match all. Match method returns the result of matching a string against a regular expression. So I have the regex and then found. Regex equals then found can be string dot regex, then string plus actually it's like this. I think no, maybe it's different. It's new regex, I think, and the format is different. The match all method returns an iterator of all results matching a string against a regular expression, including capturing groups. I think that's what I want. Someone followed the I just saw your message. Godheads. Poker. Let me see if someone followed real quick. I think that's the window. What sites do you play in Brazil? Or live? Bulldog and Poker Stars and sometimes GG Poker. but I'm not that good. And I don't play on stream also. I just learn how to code on stream. Twitch activity feed. Dang, haven't played PokerStars since 2011. Oh, you are from USA? Yeah, man, the Black Friday thing. Oh, it's you that follow. Thanks for the follow. Let's go back. The Black Friday thing fucked everything up. Which is a shame, but I think you can still play in New Jersey or something like that. And a couple of sites also, right? I'm gonna close this one. Starts with method determines whether a string begins with the character of a specified string. That's not what I want also. And I don't think this is the way to do it. Yeah, few states legally and ACR and Bitcoin poker. Is this ACR good? I've heard this is a good site, but I never tried playing in there. But I don't play much anymore. What language are you working on? I'm currently doing JavaScript on the free code camp challenges. So this is the one that I went. A no regex object as the parameter. And the regex parameter is a string or a number. It is implicitly converted to a regex. We're using a new regex. Yeah, that's the method I used in the previous one. So maybe it's not. Yeah, here it is. I don't think it's this page here. Maybe maybe just search it up on DuckDuckGo. New regex method. Maybe this is just the format. Maybe it's the same word there. Oh no. I think I just look it up on DuckDuckGo. What's your objective? Maybe find a job, or maybe start a company. I'm not quite sure yet. I'm gonna see where it leads me. I prefer the idea of starting a company, but you probably need a team to start. That's what everybody says. So maybe find a job, then connect with people, and then start a company later. But I don't know. The regex constructor creates a regular expression object for matching text with a pattern. I think this is the one that I saw. Maybe maybe just one line that I need. Regex is not a constructor. Regex is not defined. Oh, that's what I need to do. Let's do something like this and see what happens. And that's not how you do it. New regexp. New. Yeah, there we go. Maybe I'll need to use match after that. Yeah. using named capturing groups. In browsers which support named capturing groups, the following code captures fox or cat into a group named animal. And use paragraph.match. Use a match with no parameter. String match returns. Yeah, first I do the regex, then the string.match. And then it's gonna return the thing. Maybe return string.match. And the regex parameter is a string or a number. It is implicitly converted to a regex by using a new regex. It's a positive number, a positive sign. Ignore the positive sign. Which tutorial is this? I can look it. It's a free code camp tutorial. Just go to their web page. I don't remember exactly how I did it, but I think you create a profile. I'm not sure if the profile is needed, but they have a list of challenges from HTML to CSS to JavaScript and Python. Let me look here. The challenge is basic algorithm scripting title case a sentence that I'm on right now. Is in row. What is that? In row. I did the project name, build a tribute page, build a server form, all the CSS ones, build a personal portfolio web page, and now I'm on the second part, which is JavaScript algorithms and data structures, which I haven't done any, but I don't think here it shows the progression of all the challenges. Introduction. It's a little more. It's a little later than that. I don't remember the progression exactly. Maybe if I go on the other parts here. Oh, curriculum, maybe. Yeah, here it is, I think. Are you seeing? Here's basic ES6, regular expressions, debugging, basic data structures. Now I'm on this one. There's 1, 2, 3 more sections to start the project. And saying is 300 hours each one. No, this one don't have an hour. Oh no, 300 hours. It's not really 300 hours. I did it in like 12 days. No problem, man. Yeah, close this. trying to check that the first character of username is capital. Following can be letters or numbers and at most 20 characters long. Someone explain why my syntax is wrong. First Z is not a capital Z. I like this, but for some reason the first letter isn't being recognized as capital. Why can't you let the poor user speak their own username? What you should do is convert all caps to lowercase. This is not gonna work for me. Maybe this is the one. Rejects. I'm not sure if that's how we do it. Because now that I think about it, I think I'm gonna use match first and see what happens. Yeah, const match array. String dot match. Now let me put maybe it's console matches. No. That's not what I want to do. I want to modify the string. I don't want to match necessarily. Const rejects. Yeah. String dot match dot rejects. So apparently it's right, but why showing null? Maybe I should. Oh. Maybe if I delete the numbers from here. Also no. Take this off. We separate by groups. Yeah. Oh, maybe it's because I don't. Oh, but the problem specifies the string. I'm gonna put a different pattern here. So happens. And now it shows up. Yeah. Regex object. A regular expression is an object that describes a pattern of characters. Regular expressions are used to perform pattern matching, insert and replace functions to text. Spanish should be used in search. Yeah, that's. We already know that. Test for a matching string. True string returns the string value of the regular expression. No, maybe this works. Variable first char, string to check, that's substring. Oh, so yeah, that makes sense also. Iterates through a loop over the string. Careful with your searches or you find the direct answer. Split the string, I think. I thought about split the string, but I think it's gonna be more complex that way. Because then I have to join them together later. Like do a loop and then put the uppercase in each word through the loop. Maybe I can do this loop before. I can loop through each word, but I'm not sure if it works on a string. Yeah, it does work on a string. But how I'm gonna separate it by words, that's the problem. I think this is a good good start. So I can either do that or use a regexp and replace everything. So pattern flags, new regexp. Yeah, I think this is different than the previous exercise I did. Return the string value to regular expression. The choosestring method returns the string value of the regular expression. It's not very useful here. I think I will look on the documentation. Let me see the substring thing. Substring method returns a part of the string between the start and end indexes, or to the end of the string. String method returns a part of the string between the start and end indexes. Oh, that's why he did 0 and 1. Maybe I can do a nested for loop. And separate them by words. Yeah, but then I need to join them together. The index of the first character should include turns substring. New string containing a specified part of given string. Substring extracts characters from index start up to but not including index end. If index end is omitted, substring extracts characters to the end of the string. If index start is equal to, there's an empty string. Any argument value that is less than 0 or greater than string is treated as if it were 0. And string name dot length respectively. Following example uses substring to display characters. There's a couple of ways that I'm thinking about doing this, but I wanna find the easiest and shortest way. Following example uses substring method and length property to extract less characters of a particular string. So you replace maybe with the substring. Replacing substring within a string. For example, replace a substring within a string. Replace both individual characters and substrings. The function called end, for example, changes the string Brave New World to Brave New World. And this is basically the answer, I think. This is olds with news in the string false. So it does a for loop here. OS.substring I plus substring 0 to I plus new s plus full substring. Return false. Note that this can result in an infinite loop if old s is itself a substring of new s. So if I attempt to replace world with other word here. Better method for replacing strings is as follows. So splits and then join the new one. Codable serves as an example for substring operations. If you need to replace substrings most of the time you want to use. Yeah, that was what I was thinking about. Split. Join. Look for length of string. Yeah. The replace method returns a new string with some of or all matches of a pattern. Replace by replacement. New string with some or all matches of a pattern. The pattern can be a string or a regexp. Yeah, that's the one I needed, I think, to use. String replace. I don't know if I need to create another variable. Probably. And then here I'll put regex. Undefined. Let's see if I did this right. And replace. There's a comma and thing. If the ferret reacted was no. Also we replaced the dog with ferret. Oh, that's the problem. I need to create another variable that says, oh, I got it now. My const regex should be the first letter. And then I can put this through a loop, I think. Should be a word and with no backspaces. So how do I limit to one word with the regex? And then The second argument is what's the replacement gonna be. Can I put a variable here instead of putting a thing here? Yeah. I'll put this variable. Well, the replacement is the regex. No. And the replacement comes after. And the regex is the thing that's gonna be replaced. And dot uppercase maybe also need here. Dot uppercase. Close this one. True uppercase. Yeah. And now I need to put it just the first backed up by space. Completely wrong. So I think the replacement is correct. No, it's first char, not string. Let's see what happens if we run this. So this is replacing everything for the first letter. That's not what I want. Maybe this regex is unnecessary. If I just put string here. Try to find the first character. What do you mean? I think the problem with this one is that it's replacing the whole string with the first character in uppercase. So this is the problem here. Because I need to find a way to replace only the first character. I think doing like this in a loop is actually the way. Let me see if this works. If first char equals first char, uppercase. String 1 is not defined. Maybe close everything. I should find the first. The string dot substring should take the first character of each one. And first character is equals first char to uppercase. Maybe it's only if it's different. And I don't need this variable here. Maybe it's only if it's different. And the problem with this is that it's not picking the beginning and the end, it's just picking every portion, so that it defeats the purpose, I think. Let me delete this loop here. I'm not sure if I understand what these guys did. So maybe I need to split them. There's no other way. The replace method returns a new string with some or all matches of a pattern. It returns a new string with some or all matches of a pattern. Maybe I have to loop through rejects if replace. And the rejects there. I think we're very close to solution. Yeah, I also think so. I think I need to create. The problem is I don't know the rejects, so I'm not very good with rejects. I don't know the pattern. Just need first car. Yeah, I think I need to do one rejects that detects a word, each word, word by word, and then one that has the first is the same thing, but has the first letter uppercase, and then I do the replace thing. I think I need to look for this. Rejects and matches word by word. Yeah, maybe that's the looping condition. Which match a regular expression or for example, I'm trying to match S or season, but what I have matches. How do I make a regular expression to match a whole word? Square brackets are meant for character class, and you're actually trying to match any of us. Use parentheses instead for grouping, or no group, or no non-capturing group. Are they talking about Java? Yeah, I think so. I don't think regex changes that much. I'm not sure. I haven't learned other languages still, but regex seems to be very similar, if not the same for every language. Use this live online example test record. Maybe I will use this. Forgot the site. Maybe I have on favorites. No. This one. So I want word by word, right? Untitled task. What do you mean? So hard to understand this Java thing, this regex thing. And this is gonna make go to a backspace. So it has to be A through Z in the beginning. Then it's gonna be the same as that W, like this. Maybe you're right. It's talking about PHP language. Keep losing track what I wanna do. Maybe I should write it down. I think I'm gonna write it down. Include Java in search. I think I'm gonna write it down first, what I wanna do. I don't have the license for it. Forgot about this. Okay. So what way I'm gonna use to solve this? The first, regex to match every word. And then regex to but the reject's not gonna make it uppercase. That's the issue, because the string string.substring also is not gonna work if I want to replace it by the regex to match every word. And as I can put a variable inside of the substring, but I don't think that's how it works. So first regex to match every word. Then I loop with the regex. What condition would that be? If regex equals true, I loop string with regex. And replace. Replace the first letter. Know how I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Maybe another regex. For uppercase on the first one. Can I do that with regex? So with dot match, I think it's gonna give me every word already. I don't need the loop then. Now how do I replace first character? Maybe it's this command here, string first. So first regex to match every word. So let me look at how the match works again. And replace string substring 0 1 true. Yeah, then I use the replace here. Let me write up this command. This line actually. This is a part of the line. This is the second part. I just need for clean tabs as you go through. Clean tabs. Just use paper. What tabs do you make? The browser tabs. I think it's better actually. To reorganize everything that I'm thinking about. Because I'm all over the place right now. This one I'm gonna leave it open for later. And maybe this one too. For the rejects. Okay, let's think. First rejects to match every word. Then a loop string with rejects, which I don't know if it's necessary. Because the match is probably looping already. Then I replace the rejects words with string substring to uppercase. But then I'm not sure if it's gonna separate them into different strings, and then I might use a join later. So what does this do? It creates a variable that is equal to the first character of the string substring, which is gonna be different if for every match, I think. Let's look at how match works first. And then it replaces the string with the first character to uppercase. Yeah, makes sense. Match method returns the result of matching a string against a regular expression. So it returns an array with the... Yeah, it's gonna give me an array, that's the thing. So I have to loop through the array. And do the replace thing inside of the array. So they need the first const, the second is rejects. And let me this here. Okay. The const found dot paragraph dot match. Okay, so now I have to find a way to separate by words. Separate them by word. Let's put fast here. See what happens. Oh, it's backslash fast. Should break the space. But it's still not working. This one here. So it's the string dot match rejects, which I think is correct. String dot match rejects. So why is not showing here? Oh, it's because it's found not string that on console. No, now it's working. Oh, there we go. Oh, but this separates by letter. So I need special characters, true? How do I do this? Maybe outside of here. Why is giving me no? We need rejects, I think, just Java functions. I think there's multiple ways of doing probably. But I think this is close. But it's not exactly what I want. This is closer, I think. Maybe the dollar sign here. Here. Yeah, rejects is just a pain. Don't know why I find this so difficult. Not difficult, but so strange the logic behind. Or maybe if I actually put a space instead. So this separates by words. What? Let's put a space. Oh, maybe can. What's this? What does this sign does? What's the purpose of this one? It's R. No, I think this is closer, but still missing the I here. I am zero 3 points. It has to include this sign, I think. JavaScript match special characters. A string match condition that was working until I realized that some words are personal computer. I have special characters like parentheses in the, for example, my code's grabbing stuff. Okay. If you don't need the regular expression features, you can use index of. Wow, maybe index of is actually easier. Well, let me keep reading this stuff here. Yes, double backslash should be. But the thing is that maybe I can separate by groups. Because I don't want every word to have it necessarily. I think I'm gonna try it. Index of method returns the index within the calling string object at the first occurrence of the specified by. No, that's not a way to do it. Yeah, maybe I can do it this way also once. I think I'm gonna try to do it like this and then go through the next steps and see what happens. Then a loop string with rejects. So this is returning an array. So I need to loop through the array. And then I need to do this statement here, I think. Let me finish this. Okay, let's think about it. So variable first character. Without this if statement. Let me erase this. so this should work. Let's see. And this is not string length, it's found length. So this creates a variable first character, which is maybe that should be found I dot substring. And then I'm replacing found I found dot replace found I, and still not working. So now I need to look at the replace and see how it works properly. So the first character is the first the item of the found dot substring 0. So this is the first character of the of each item. Then I take each item and I use replace to replace that item with the first character. True. To replace the first item with the uppercase as the first character. Maybe I don't need this first character. Maybe I do like this actually. And the issue here is that it's gonna make the M also. So can't really do it with these rejects, I think. And now let me put console log here. And same thing. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to push the back. get this done. Did I change this screen? Replace all. And maybe this repeat also. The replace method returns a new string, so are all matches of a parent replaced by a replacement. Parent can be a string. All matches of a parent replaced by a replacement. Replacement can be a string or a function, should be called for each match. Okay, the parent can be a string or regex. So the first argument is the pattern. So it's the other way around. And the second argument is a string that I want to change. If this works, I'll change the regex later. No. Is it equal to anything? And then we're printing the right. Yeah. And maybe I can put this on Python tutor and see what's going on inside of the thing. Replace all method returns a new string if all matches of a parent are replaced by replacement. Returns a new string if all matches replaced by replacement. We can use the replace all. So this replaces all patterns. The first argument is the replacement. The second one is this string. Okay. Maybe it's because the item is not a string. No, but it is a string. Each item is a string. Oh no, it's because it's one array. No, but yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Let me see what this code is doing in Python tutor. You can close this one. The repeat method constructs and returns a new string which contains the specified number of copies of the string on which it was called, concatenated together. So it just returns the same word. I think I can close this as also. String prototype, not replace song. So first character is undefined. Found I that replace is not a function. So these two are wrong. Just wanna think about this. So this is supposed to be an array. Each item has an index. And I'm looping through the array. So I want to change the word to be for the first letter to be capitalized. What if I just do that's the thing. I need to find a way to specify the only way that makes sense to me is found I. Specify which thing I'm trying to replace. Let me try to do it like this and see what happens on the code there. Now it runs through the loop at least. But it's not doing anything. So maybe I need a new regex. Let's try string.replace. Yeah, no, it's not gonna work because it didn't work here. But this found I is incorrect. Maybe I need to make it equal. Let's try. Found I equals yeah, now it works. Let's say true uppercase. Okay. So now at least it's giving me the first letters. Now I just need to make a way to put the whole word in. Yeah, with the whole word. So why does the replace doesn't work? Maybe I create a variable here. Variable upper. And then I create replace. So is the new pattern filled. I don't understand why this doesn't work. I think I'm gonna watch a video about this replace method. The pattern can be a string, and the replacement can be a string or a function, which we call. So this is the replacement. Replacement comes after. Replacement comes after, and the thing comes first. So substring show uppercase. Maybe we don't need this substring. Or maybe found I equals this plus. No, that doesn't work. Also. Should rank track should help. Good luck, man. No problem. Eventually I'm gonna get away. Just keep trying. Just gotta keep trying. You get it. Sometimes we should take a break. Yeah, thanks for the encouragement. I don't think I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna keep going till I get it right. I'm just thinking about it, different ways that I can do it. Can't give up, right? Can't give up. There's something wrong with this thing here. This replace. Did I put this one? Yeah. Let's put it again. So I think I changed something. Yeah. So upper undefined. Why it gives me undefined? Oh no, now it gives me I. Oh, it's because the first time is not, the I is not defined. You'll be on the toilet and think, oh, that's how it works. The replace is not working. Not bang your head against the wall for too long. See you. Oh man, see you. Good luck with your drinking. It's Friday today, right? Everybody having fun. Maybe it's this line here. Let me look for the replace thing. Maybe this one.
Hey guys, how you going? My name is Dom, and in today's video I'm going to be covering the replace method within JavaScript. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing this video is because the string replace method is actually a lot more powerful than you may think. Okay, so of course you can use it to do simple string-to-string replacements. However, this method also supports regular expressions and also functions to transform the replacement value. So I'm going to be covering different ways to use this method in today's video. Let's start with the most basic example. So inside the text editor, I've got this string right here, hey, I'm 25 and she's 31. So let's replace the and with an ampersand instead. So down here we can say console.log and pass through here my string dot replace, then pass through here and as the search value, then ampersand as the replacement. Okay, so this will then look for the first occurrence of an and replace it with the ampersand. So now saving this and refreshing, we can see right here we get, hey, I'm 25 ampersand she's 31. Okay, so like I said earlier, this is only going to select or search for the first occurrence, which means if I was to go back inside here and make this a space instead, save this and refresh, we see now only the first space right here gets replaced. These ones are left untouched. Okay, so that brings me to the next part, and that is regular expressions. Okay, so of course regular expressions allow you to define a pattern instead for more detail in your search, but also they allow you to perform a global replacement, which means you can actually use regular expressions to replace multiple spaces right here instead of just the first one. Okay, so with that being said, let's go inside the text editor and have a look at a regular expression inside here. So let's remove the actual string and make it a regular expression instead. Inside here, let's search for the first number. We can say \d, then a plus. So like I said, it's going to search for here the first number, this being 25. Okay, so now I can say, for example, 22 as the replacement. Let's save this and refresh, and we can see right here we get, hey, I'm 22 and she's 31. Okay, so I'm not going to get into
if I put the regex for the first letter of every word. First letter, capitalizer, first letter, every word. I wanted it also to capitalize the letter if it's after a special mark like a dash. Any suggestions, samples for me? Here's a comparable JavaScript solution. This accounts for possessives as well. S.S replace free function x, then x to uppercase. Oh, so that's the solution probably. Function x, I don't understand this. Why function x? Why function x? Actually, I don't need to match full string, just match the first no uppercase letter like this. Should be easy, this one. It's probably just the regex thing, but let's try these regex and see what happens. It doesn't work at all. Turns out TP. MALTP. Also, this is catching the first letter of each one. Then if I replace the first letter, it doesn't work as well. Or maybe I can use replace. Catch the first letter and then use replace string. String dot replace match found and then string. And the pattern that I want is the first letter of each word. Now, how can I add special characters here? And then this is difficult. Oh yeah, and the problem is I can't change just the first letter because the other ones are uppercase in different parts. So I first need to change it to lowercase, everything. So if it works for him, why is it not working for me? This rejects there. Maybe we'll see in these word boundaries here. The meta character /b, \b, is an anchor like the character and $sign. It matches at a position that is called a word boundary. This mesh is zero length. There are three different positions that qualify as word boundaries. Before the first character in the string, the first character is a word character. After the last character in the string, the last character is a word character. Between two characters in the string, where one is a word character and the other is not a word character. Simply put, \b allows you to perform a whole words only search using our expression in the form. Region string.replace, and this rejects it. So this works to make each one uppercase. Now maybe if I write font dot to uppercase, it's because I can uppercase an array. It still doesn't work. Yeah, now it works. So now I make all of them uppercase. But how do I replace this? Let's see, replace string dot font. No, string dot replace font. I need to make a way to find a way to replace the string. Substring, string dot substring. 0. Now let me console log string. No. Maybe I need to create a variable. So it doesn't work. I think it's the other way around. First is what I'm trying to... Oh, because found is an array. Yeah, maybe it needs to be inside of the loop. Let's see if I delete this. Just see if it's gonna change the string. No, still doesn't change the string.
Of regular expressions that deserves a whole different video, but as we can see, that is basically how it works. Now, what if you want to do a global replacement for also this number right here? To achieve that, we simply add the G flag, the global flag, to the end of the regular expression. So now saving this and refreshing, we get, hey, I'm 22 and she's 22, as we can see, multiple different replacements. Okay, now, when it gets a bit more advanced, that is when we are talking about accessing the regular expression match information within the replacement string. Okay, so with that being said, let's take this string right here and we're going to flip the numbers. We're going to say, hey, I'm 31 and she's 25, instead of course, 25 and 31. Okay, so to achieve that, we're going to be using capture groups. Okay, so basically, we need to use a regular expression to separate 25, then this middle section, then this 31. So basically, a total of 3 capture groups. Okay, so inside here, we can define a capture group for the first number using parentheses. Then we can say inside here, as the second group, we can simply go inside here and we can say square brackets, then pass through a caret, then we can do \d, then a plus. So this right here is going to select everything that is not a digit. So basically, everything inside here before the next number, okay, or digit, right? So now we can define the last capture group right here at the end. So now we have essentially selected.
Let me see what I did here. It seems to be right. So I think I'm gonna look at this code. Point on tutor. Yeah. I think the way to introduce is too complicated. think I need to do the replace automatically. So create a match. The issue is not gonna work, but let's see if it. So this should be equal to a variable. Or maybe that's why this wasn't working.
Everything that is right here, and we have of course separated it into 3 separate groups, the first one here, the second one, and the last one. Okay, so with that being said, we can access these groups by simply using $ syntax. So we can say right here, $3, $2, and $1. So now, this 1, 2, 3 refers to the captured groups. So basically, this right here, the 25 is 1, the 2 is the middle section, it stays the same, and the 31 is the number. And we get right here, hey, I'm 31 and she's 25. Okay, you can of course use up here $, ampersand, and these different options to get different information. I'll leave a link to this right here in the description below. But an important one might be the $. So now let's move on to functions. Okay, so what we just saw was essentially using a string to access our regular expression match information. We can actually use right here a function instead. Okay, so that being said, let's define a function. Okay, inside here, we're going to simply say return and then pass through. Let's just do decode. Okay, so basically the return value of your function is going to be the replacement. So if I was to save this and refresh, we can see we get right here, hey, I'm decode. Okay, now of course, in this case, we've simply matched our string 25 and 31, etc., and replaced it with decode. Now, you can actually access the information as we did earlier inside the function. To achieve this, we can say console.log pass through here arguments, for example.
Oh, I didn't put this. It doesn't change much. When the regex comes first. Yeah. Let's make this equal to a variable because it's easier. Oh, I didn't put comments on here. That's why. It's giving me an error. So let me take this off here. matches any non-white space that is preceded by a start of the string. White space or any of the characters, and replaces it with its uppercase variant. Yeah, I remember seeing this sign here, one of the lectures. Let me test this out. Yeah, now it works. I don't understand why, but the M is still capital letter. There's one. Why is the M still capital letter? If I do this, there we go. Let's see if this passes. This is still not going. So the first command here is not going to lowercase. True lowercase. Why is not going lowercase? Maybe I need to transform it into a variable also. New string representing the following, or string 1 to lowercase string. String 1. It's still not working. Oh, it's because no. Here. Yeah, there we go. Now it should work. It's still not working. Let me change this. Just see what's happening. So the first part works, but the second one doesn't. So the issue is the rejects. So how can I change these rejects? The string is this one. This should be working. Oh, I think I got it. It is working, but it's not making the other ones lowercase. No, but this one is supposed to make the other ones lowercase. Let's put this code there. Let's see what's happening. And I don't understand why this works, but the other way doesn't work. C function C2 uppercase. How is it possible to create a function with the name C if I don't have the C name, this name before or anywhere in the code? It's difficult to understand this. The logic behind it. So the C takes the format of the instruction of the rejects. Now I get it. Let me see with the other thing what's happening. became lowercase now. Object class. A. This is weird. Maybe it's because the way that I put the variables here. Maybe I need to change the name of this variable, or just take it off completely. It's still giving me this error here. Maybe create a variable here, and then I erase here. Now this command is not working. So maybe I make another variable. And here allow the result. Short install. Now it should work. See? Yeah, there we go. Finally. God damn. It's a lot harder than I thought. So let me look at the answers for this. And if it wasn't this function here, I would never be able to do it. And this regex also. This regex is so confusing. Maybe I need to practice regex more. And some regex challenges. I think I watched videos about this regex, a bunch of them. Maybe there's this channel here. Because oh yeah, switch statement, I forgot about that. That I had learned that. No rejects here, I think. Regular expressions here. There we go.
We're going to tackle a JavaScript problem in this tutorial. The exact problem? Combining two arrays and removing duplicates. The idea for this problem came from a comment to a...
I'm gonna watch this after I'm done with this section. when I watch these videos. Well, I ate something. I just suck at this rejects thing. Let's watch the video from the useful programmer to see how he did it.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to title case a sentence. Return the provided string with the first letter of each word capitalized. Make sure that the rest of the word is in lowercase. For this purpose of the exercise, you should also capitalize connecting words like the and of. So I'm a little teapot needs to return a string, and each of the initial letters should be capitalized. Short and stout should be recovered so that instead of it having this cadence of capitalized and lowercase letters, it should just be capital short, and S, capital S, and then HORT lowercase, and capital A, lowercase ND, and then stout. So we actually want to make sure that we're not capitalizing that. So what we can do is I'm just going to create we're going to say let the result equals an empty string, and then I'm going to say for var I, or we're going to let I equal 0. Let's go words. Do we want to do it that way? Yeah. We're going to say let words be equal to the string dot split. And so what happens if we console log the words? Return string. I is less than words dot length.
The for loop.
I plus equals 1. So here, if we were to, so now we've split the characters up into individual arrays. And so what do we want to do? So we've got the words. We've got words broken into an array. And then we want to say, with each word, what we want to do is capitalize the first one. If I is equal to 0, we want to say the result plus is equals. Oh no, this is going to get us the word. So we're going to say let the word equal to words at position I. If, and then what do we want to do? We want to push onto the result string. So then we're going to create another loop, like a nested loop, and we're going to say we're going to let j equal 0. J is less than the word dot length. You see, I've extrapolated it here, so that the word is going to be equal to whatever the first one, and then j plus equals 1. So now we've made a nested loop, and if we were to console.log this, word at position j, you're going to see we get an individual letter for each one. So if j is equal to 0, which means if we're on our first one, then we want to have the result add in the word at position j capitalize. And at the end here, we want to return the result.
Capitalize.
Result. Oh, and so we want to console.log this as well, because currently
You didn't see it.
the result is what we should be returning. Okay, so word at position j.
They struggle.
So I'm just going to console log the word to see what's happening. I'm a little ttt pop. Okay, so we're iterating through that correctly. Now if we go to j, that means we're going to be at that one. So if j is equal to 0, word.j.capitalize. Okay, capitalize is not the right one. So capitalize first word in JavaScript.
Still didn't see
First
that
letter.
you wrote it wrong.
Okay, cool. So we have to pass it in this way, capitalize F. To uppercase. There we go. So I'm going to go back to here, and we want to go console.log like to uppercase. Okay, cool. So now we're pushing onto the result array. I'm a little teapot. So we've got all the right letters. Now, what we want to do, we can say else. If we're not at the first character of the letter, we can go result, and then we plus minus add
sense.
word at j dot to lowercase. And now we should be returning this guy. Okay, cool. And then with each break, we want to add a pause or a space. So at the end of the for loop, we want to say the result plus equals an empty space. And that gives us I'm a little teapot. That's all written out like that. And we can get rid of the console logs now. Looks like we're also console logging the words. We don't need that anymore. And now we've got I'm a little teapot, and so that looks correct.
It's also gonna get
If we were to do the short
one.
and stout example down here, it looks like we're getting the right answer. And then this, here's my handle, here's my spout. This is all capitalized in the string that we're passing in, but in the string that we're coming out with, it is the right answer. If we run the tests, it doesn't look like they passed. So I think actually what's happening is our result has a space at the end of it. Yeah, that's why it's not passing. And then so we could say dot pop. What's the remove last character of a string?
That should be -1.
Yeah. Result dot slice 0 to the result dot length
-1.
-1. And so now we don't have a space at the end. Okay, so this is not the most efficient way of doing this, but basically we're just iterating through and we're saying if we're on the first character, then you add that to uppercase. Otherwise, we just put the lowercase element on there, and then we're adding a space at the end.
How does it know it's first character?
We don't want to add that. We don't want the space at the end on the last character. So we're just going, because we've already added it on there, we're taking it off in our return statement.
That's what.
Now, there's probably a better way to do this. We could say if let's see here, words dot length is equal to I.
Maybe we should write his code on the Python tutor thing.
If words dot length is not equal to I,
happens.
then we add a space in there. Now, how does that work? This makes it so that if we're at the last word, then the words dot length is equal to I, and therefore we don't pass that in there. And so then we can remove this slice in there. Oh, but that didn't work. Words dot length -1. And now the spout won't be in there because we're not adding it in because we're at the end of the result. So that would be a way to do it without having to just remove the last character of the result. And then we're only adding to the result the way that we want it to run. So anyways, that's just a little bit of refactoring. Now again, there's going to be a million different ways of doing this. I can think of some JavaScript built-in string manipulation tools that would make this really easily. But this is basically writing an algorithm structure. And I think that it makes sense to kind of learn to write algorithms like this, especially when you're in your beginning stages of computer programming. So yeah, the test pass. Hope you guys enjoyed this one.
Let me
Manipulation tools that would be
copy this code. Maybe who wrote it down? No. In the comments. Okay, so I'm gonna have to write everything the way he wrote it.
if
so just copy what you did there. That result equals empty string, and that words equal string dot split, and then the for loop, that word equals words I. And then he did the nested one. For let j equals 0, j less than word dot length j plus if u equals 0, equals 0, result plus equal words j true upper case else. Then at the end there, he did if first he did results was equal
let's see here. Words dot length is equal to I. Then if words dot length is not equal to I, then we add a space in there. Now, how does that work? This makes it so that if we're at the last word, then the words dot length is equal to I, and therefore we don't pass that in there. And so then we can remove this slice in there. Oh, but that didn't work. Words.
Let me see. And here's this thing is inside of the loop. Let's see. This is the J loop. If else, no, it's outside. It's outside the J, but inside the I loop, I think. Yeah, it has to be because it's equals to Y there. Bam, 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 bam. Wow, this is so confusing with these many brackets. Curly braces, actually.
Dot length minus 1. And now the spout won't be in there because we're not adding it in because we're at the end of the result. So that would be a way to do it without having to just remove the last character of the result. And then we're only adding to the result the way that we want it to run. So anyways, that's just a little bit of refactoring. Now again, there's going to be a million different ways of doing this. I can think of some JavaScript built-in string manipulation tools that would be make this really easily. But this is basically writing an algorithm structure. And I think that it makes sense to kind of learn to write algorithms like this, especially when you're in your beginning stages of computer programming. So yeah, the test passed. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. We'll see you in the next lesson.
I forgot to change the inside of the loop.
Length is
Where is that length? $171. Not there. No, this is wrong. It's gonna be uppercase. So this is probably outside of the loop. I have a feeling it's gonna be wrong as well. Yeah. That's strange. Because that was my question, like how does it know it's the beginning and the end of the word if it didn't specify anywhere? So why is it working for him there? Because if j equals 0 doesn't necessarily mean, because it's always 0. Oh, here, no, here it's words and the bottom one is words. So that's not it. Yeah, not sure if the solution is right, but anyway. You should start by splitting the string into an array of words. Split the sentence. You should make the word lowercase before making the first letter uppercase. Use the replace method on each word to capitalize the first letter of each word. You will need to create a new string with pieces of the previous one, and at the end merge everything into a single string area. You need to create a new string with pieces of. In replace method, give first argument as the position of the first letter using char at. For second argument, write a function to return the capitalized letter as a replacement. Replace at equal function index char. Turn this dot substring 0 index character. Lowercase. We are modifying the replace at function using prototype to facilitate the use of the program. Split the string by white spaces and create a variable to track the updated title. Split the string by white spaces here and create a variable to track the updated title. What do we mean by that? Then we use a loop to turn the first character of the word to uppercase and the rest to lowercase. So uptitle st equal new title st. To lowercase. Replace at 0. New title dot character at 0. So this is specifying the first character and making it to uppercase. And this specifies the index of the character. Okay. It creates a variable to convert to array, string to lowercase, to split. Splits and makes the lowercase in a single line. Then another variable uses the map function. Map function val. Turn val dot replace val chart at val chart at to uppercase. Character at and val is the function here, the argument of the function. Code explanation: we are making entire string lowercase and then convert it into array. Then we are using map function to replace the lowercase character with uppercase. Finally, we are returning the string using join map. I need to study function and regex more, because the use of functions is not very clear for me, the logic behind it. Like reading this I can understand, but if I'm gonna come up with a function, it's kind of shaky or in there a little bit. Return string to lowercase that replace. Also, this is the regex that it uses. Oh yeah, and then the function L2L dot to uppercase, which is the same solution I did, but different regex. Seems like. Do I have it open still? No, I'm not gonna create an account. Let me see what this matches with. I think I need to train this. Yeah, it matches every first letter, but I don't understand why. This is the beginning, matches the beginning of the string or the beginning of a line. With like alternation acts like a boolean or matches the expression for matches any white space character, spaces, tabs, line breaks. So it's telling to match space before. Not white space. Matches any character that is not a white space character. So this is for the letter, and this is to find the space before each letter. And this one makes it so it captures the first one. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Now it's all the spaces and this one's not matched. Makes sense. Move from 0 to hero. I don't think I can do these courses on stream, so I'm not gonna do them. This solution works with national symbols and accented letters as illustrated by following examples. You modify searches for other search word patterns. No string replace them. Let me read that again. Did you modify searches for? The solution works with national, yeah. Let's go to the next one. Currently I'm reading a book, Regular Expressions. The book is very detailed. Although it gives examples while explaining the subjects, it is hard to learn about doing a good amount of exercise practices. So can you suggest a site, a book, please? Place for regex exercises so that I can solve them and help myself to absorb regexes while reading a book. Take a look at Z chance to learn regex the hard way. It's free and the author provides a hands-on way to incrementally learn the topic through exercises. After that, you can go back to your current reading, move on to mastering regular expressions if you want to dive into more detail. Oh no. Let's see if I can find this. Z chance. Z chance. I don't know how important this is to learn, to know regex. I'm guessing it's very important if they are put in there, but in the scale of hierarchy of importance in relationship to the other things, I'm not really sure if it's worth to spend a lot of time on it. No, I think I will search for this later, after I'm done with the JavaScript thing. Maybe I'll train a little bit of regex before moving on to other languages. Yeah, I think I'll finish JavaScript and do the projects, both on Free Code Camp and this 30 days thing. And then after that, then I'll train regex, and then I will learn the other languages. Start learning Python, data, that stuff. Basic algorithm scripting, slice and splice. We're given two arrays and an index. Okay. Copy each element of the first array into the second array in order. Copy each element of the first array into the second array in order. Begin inserting element at the index n of the second array. Begin inserting elements at index n of the second array. So I should begin on this one, copy this one into this one, and begin at whatever this number is saying. Return the resulting array. The input array should remain the same after a function runs. The input arrays should remain the same after the function runs. Okay, so let's think about it. About how to do this. Oh, I think this one is easier. Maybe it's deceivingly hard, but it's actually supposed to be easier. Joint array, maybe. What name can I give to this RAM? Result, maybe result. It's fine. Create a for loop. I don't know which R I'm gonna do yet, but it's okay. So this is gonna loop through the array 2. Maybe it's array 1 that I want to loop. R2 n it's gonna be equal to push dot r plus r1. Well, r1 dot push result. Result dot push so I think let's think about this. Yeah, but I want the other numbers to be maybe an if statement. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need an if statement. If r2 and smaller than r1. No. Yeah, if r2 n is smaller than n, I'll do something else. So if the no, but that doesn't make sense. So I wanna push in one condition first. Right here. Let me think about it. N is gonna be the divisor of whether or not it's gonna be pushed first or second. Maybe I'll do 2 for loops, one outside the other. So net n is the index, right? Begin inserting elements at index n of the second array. Begin inserting elements at index n of the second array. So it's not an if that I need, it's a for. For n less than. I have one condition. If n is bigger, it's not bigger or smaller. Oh, yes. If I is smaller than n, yeah, that's the ritual. So if the index that I'm running through the loop is going to be 0, 1, till n, I push results.push r1. But do I need to put an index because it's gonna push the entire array? Then maybe not. Then else. Yeah, so this is gonna. Oh, and I can't loop through the array 2, that's the problem. Because if I'm looping through the array 2, it doesn't make any sense. Let me think about it. So I wanna push each of these numbers into this index, yeah. So the n is the index, the starting index. At index n of second array. I'm not trying to loop through R2 length. You're given two arrays and an index. Copy each element of the first array into the second array in order. Begin inserting elements at index elements. Copy each element of the first array into the second array in order. Oh, I think this is correct actually. If it's smaller, then I push the values. If it's bigger, I'll have to push it after n. Rn equals result push. Let's see if this passes. Okay, everything. First array should remain the same after the function one. So at least this one is correct. All elements from the first array should be added to the second array in their original order. Second array should remain the same after the function runs. The second array should remain the same. So I need to create. Oh, yeah, maybe this. So how do I specify this? I think maybe this loop is not correct also. Maybe just an if statement instead of the loop. So this is the index of the second array, right? And this is gonna give me an element, not the index. It feels like so easy to do it this one. And for some reason I can't think about it. Because I need to merge the two. So what do I want to do? Trying to think about a way to specify the index in relationship to maybe index off. And to make the index a number, and then I don't want to get the element of the array, I want to get the index. That's the issue. Given an array of n elements and an element k, find the index of an array element in Java. An element in an array of n integers can be searched using the below mentioned methods. Linear search, nonlinear search, and underline. The element can be found in all 0n complexity. Lowest linear approach. Either write JavaScript. Yeah, this is Java, not JavaScript. Oh, maybe it's just yeah, just like this. But I'm afraid this is gonna give me the element, not the index. Maybe it's just dot index. Let's search here. Probably. There's probably something about it. Alright. Concat copy. Find the index. This is the one. Or maybe index of. Find the index method returns the index of the first element in the array that satisfies the provider's testing function. So this is not it. Returns the index of the first element in the array that satisfies the provider testing function. Otherwise it returns -1. So you also find methods which returns the value of an array element instead of its index. Callback. A function checks code on each value in the array. The function returns true, indicating that the satisfying element was found. That takes three arguments: element, index, array, discern. The current element being processed in the array, the index of the current element being processed in the array. I really think this is the one that I want to use. It's probably the index of. Returns the first index at which a given element can be found in the array. A -1 if it's not present. Returns the first index. No, that's not what I want. Because then it's gonna search for n inside of the array that I have. Maybe it's n dot index of. No. n is equal to the index. So let's think. And maybe I just use a for loop and put n instead of length. Maybe it's plus plus I. Not quite sure. Okay, so this loop should go. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. I don't think we need arch on it. So for I, so if n is less than I, which is then I push results, let's push R1. And if it ends bigger, so this is for no. This is wrong. N has to be bigger than I. Yeah, it doesn't work because it has to be R2 here instead of results. But then it's gonna modify the R2. Turn the resulting array. The input arrays should remain the same after the function runs. So if n is 1, let's say, or anything less than 1, I need to push R2 numbers. The problem is that I don't have a point from which to compare it to. Like I have a clear division, but this division is arbitrary. If n is bigger, it's gonna do something. If and smaller is gonna do the other thing. Begin certain elements at index n of the second array. It has to be a loop to the second. For I smaller than Rn, not true. Then I push R1. No, I push R2. Result push R2. Index n. Yeah, that's probably it. So that takes care of the smaller ones. So this should be a if, I think. If I is smaller than R2 n, I push that. And if it's bigger, I push the other part. Think about it. If I is smaller than true, I push this one. Else my results dot push R1. Result dot push R2. But now how do I separate them? How do I separate? Because this is gonna make first push the elements of Rn, then when I is bigger, what about when it's equal? Yeah, equal doesn't change. Then when it's bigger, it's supposed to push the R1, and then after that the rest of the elements. Oh, here. There we go. Now I make this R2 dot length. I think this is correct. And this should return result. Okay, so at least true, right? The first and second array are remaining the same, but it's still wrong function. I made some Python tutor what happens if I change it. Maybe so why is this result.push? Let's see the push function here. Push method. Do I need to create a constant? Maybe result equals result. Let's try that. But then it's gonna overwrite the thing. That's the problem. Not read property push of undefined. Yeah. I'm gonna have to create 3 variables then. Probably not the way. Why is not pushing anything to the result? Or maybe it's I here. Because I already put the condition. Before. Was supposed to push these ones, if that was the case. Oh, it wasn't reading that one. Let's see what happens then. Maybe just N here. That's the problem. Let's see. Yeah, let's try this one like this. Why is it not pushing anything to the way? It's the array, then the elements. The element should add to the end of the array the new length property of the object upon which the method is called. I can do it in one line also. Oh no, I can't. Or maybe I can. Let total equal sparse dot push Following code creates the sparse array containing 2 elements and appends 2 elements to it. Maybe just this. Let me put this inside of here. Sure. That's really property push of blended file. Maybe do another one like this. But I don't understand. Because I already declared here the variable. Maybe we need to declare it inside of the loop. This is not gonna pass. The following code creates the sparse array containing 2 elements, then appends 2 elements to it. So the variable contains the new length of the array. I don't think it's necessary. So why does this doesn't work? I'm trying to put the result variable inside here. Why is it not pushing there? Trick the method into thinking we're doing it. But we don't create an array to store a collection of objects. Instead, we start the collection on the object itself and use call on array prototype, using an object in an array-like fashion. This is for objects. Oh, it should be the other way around, I think. That's the reason, but then I'm gonna be modifying that. Alright, sure. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Let me test this out. Let's see what happens. Why is it not working? Must be doing some. Oh, I think I got it now. I'm using the wrong brackets. That's probably the problem. Yeah, such an idiot. Let's see if it works now. Hopefully it will work now. No. Let's see if it is at least pushing some values into the array. Yeah, now it's pushing. And it's not pushing. It's pushing one after the other. So this has to be separated, I guess. Let's see what happens now. Half an hour just to see. The wrong brackets there. Also, why is pushing blank there? It doesn't make any sense. Should be pushing the entire array. Maybe it's this one. But then I also need to find a way to stop pushing the. Or maybe this goes outside of these brackets. Yeah. Let's see how this works. Oh no, that's the problem. So oh no, I think I get it. Oh, maybe I need another loop actually. Outside of this loop. Yeah, I'm gonna do another loop here. I'm gonna see if this is working first. It's still not pushing the array. Array 1. Why it's not pushing? I think I need to loop through the array and push each one individually. Or maybe create it, yeah. I have a JavaScript array, data array, which I want to push into a new array. Except I don't want to be data array. I want to push it into the I want to push in all the values into the new array. New array dot push values. So it puts the array that wants to push here. This is the new array, so mine would be result dot push values string 1. So I don't have to iterate over each individual array, data array. I need the value one by. This is the concat function. Yeah, that's the function I'm looking for. Array concat. So result.concat. Array 1. And here, how do I push? Let me comment this out. Obviously not gonna pass, but let's see what's happening now. So far, now it's not going. Result.concat. It's still not working. Creates and returns a new array for the result. Maybe it's because it's inside of the loop. Maybe I can add the first values, the array 1 values first, and then I figure out the conditions for the second array. Yeah, then I can do shift and then shift. It's a lot easier. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. Let me see if I do this outside here. Why does this doesn't work? I don't get it. Let's see here. Concat. Concat is one that I wanna see. And then shift and unshift. Be right back. Oh, shit. So, moves the elements from the array and returns that remove element. So it's the unshift that I want. I think that's a lot easier. A lot easier to do it this way. And here I think I'm doing the wrong order. This result. Oh yeah. It still doesn't work. For some reason. The concat method is used to merge two or more arrays. This method does not change the existing arrays, but instead returns a new array. Oh, does not change the... Oh, that's why. So I need to create another constant. That's gonna be a little bit harder. R2 and that results equal r2 concat. Now let me log this here for let me erase this. Let me erase this. Results not defined. So I do need to define here. And copy this line, put it here. And then if I erase this, so if I concatenate them like this, the array 1 gets pushed to the end. And why does inside there doesn't work? Results not defined. So yeah, anyway. But now it's 4 and not. That's weird. It doesn't work inside the loop. Let me see what this does. There. I'm thinking about much easier ways to create if-else statement and either push or unshift after I concatenate them. I'm gonna push the values from the R2 into the 1. It's a lot easier. Let's place them on the middle. The unshift method adds one or more elements to the beginning of an array and returns new name for the array. And let me try to do this. Yeah. Oh, but that's the thing. So I need to do it in a loop. Maybe I don't even need this. I kind of do because I can't change the arrays, the initial arrays. Can I create a blank variable? No. Okay. Now we have the first array on the results. Now what I wanna do? If n is less than, if I is less than n, result on shift and if it's not, result of push. Let's see if this works. Ooh, almost. Let me erase this line. Let's see what's happening on this one. Okay. So first I have the array. Yeah. It's probably not the best way to do this, but anyway. So this works here. This one is not working. Should return tentacle installs headshot. Let's see why. Obviously not in the past, but okay, so tentacle. Why is it not working? Should return Red, shoulders, claw, tentacle. Shoulders, head. So head should be first here. Why it's not? It's weird. And oh, it's because when it unshifts, it goes through the loop. Now I get it. It's putting this first and then this, and it should be the other way around. The push one is correct because it's always the order. So how can I do this? I minus 1, but then it's gonna. What if there's not 2 more? That's the problem. Because if there is only 1, then it's not gonna push anything, not gonna shift anything. Maybe I need to create a different loop for this. Just separate loops. Maybe with the map it's easier to do this. And maybe I can use this reverse also. Sort method sorts elements of an array in place and returns the sorted array. Sort method sorts the elements of an array in place and returns the sorted array. The default sort order is ascending, built upon converted elements into strings. And comparing the system, there's sequences of UTF 16 code units. Time space complexity of the sort cannot be guaranteed as it depends on the implementation. Don't understand the logic behind this. Why is 1021.30 in the middle? And it specifies a function that defines the sort order. If omitted, the array elements are converted to strings. Then sorted according to each character's Unicode point value. Yeah. I think I will use this reverse method. And I'll do 2 for loops. Maybe if I just reverse, it's not going to interfere in the other, although I don't think so, but reverse. Yeah, now the other ones are wrong. And I'm modifying the array. Maybe I need to put this loop inside of this loop. That's the thing. And then I can just push the values. Let's try this. So if I is less than n, which is the beginning of the array, I'm gonna push the values of true, and then I'm gonna run this loop. To push the values of 1. Although I don't think this is gonna work because it's gonna push the values after the first time. So this needs to be outside this if statement. Or maybe I create an else if for n I equals n, and then I do this loop. Let's try this. Well, the knees is missing. Because I'm spending one more iteration going through the loop, the other loop. No. Okay, result push head n is equal to true. Okay. And shoulders 0, 1, 2. Now it's gonna go to this. Now it spends another time. No. Then I equals 3. No. Yeah, so this is the iteration that is spending to put this one here, is missing this one. So maybe I should put length plus 1 here. Almost. Let's see what happens on this one. Add shoulders. I'll go to the other one. Push claw, tentacle, heart, mouth, cells, toes. It's the order that is incorrect, not the size. It's I plus 1. I minus 1. Let's see if this works. Yes, there we go. Finally. And I think this way is probably far from the best way to do this, obviously. Let's see how they did it. Awesome. Maybe we should use this license play.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to slice and splice. You are given 2 arrays and an index. Use the arrays methods slice and splice to copy each element of the first array into the second array in order. Begin inserting elements at index n of the second array. Return the resulting array. The input arrays should remain the same after the function runs. So they don't want us to mess with the arrays, with the data. So this.
Let me read the description of them. This slice method returns a shallow copy of a portion of an array into a new array object selected from start to end, and not included. Shallow copy of a portion of an array, where start and end represent the index of items in the array. The original array will not be modified. Yeah, that's a lot easier to do it like that. All this time. Just put 0 and then there. Let's see the splice. The splice method changes the contents of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and/or adding new elements in place. A lot easier to do this. You specify the position and then you put it. This is one element at index 4. Search at index 1.
This should return 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. Four, 1, 2, 3, 5. Returns the resulting array. A, B, 1. A, 1, 2, B. Oh, I see. So we want to place this array in the position here. Okay, so Franken splice. Claw, tentacle, head, shoulders, knees, and toes. And we want to do it in position 2. So 0, 1, 2. So this should be head, shoulders, claw, tentacle, head, shoulders, claw, tentacle, knees, and toes. All elements from the first array should be added to the second array in their original order. The first array should remain the same after the function run. The second array should remain the same after the function runs. Okay, so we want to, first off, we're going to say let result equal an empty array, and then we're going to return the result. And we want to console.log this because we want to be able to see what we're working with here. So right now we're returning an empty array. And so okay, so I think the way to do this one is just going to be result.push. So we're just going to add on elements, and we're just going to say, well, first off, we want array, the second array, we want 4 dot slice 0 to n. Okay, so what does that mean? Oh, and we want to go ... here so that we don't get that extra array set in there. So now we're returning the 4. The next thing we're going to want to do is result.push array at position 1. And that gives us 4, 1, 2, 3. And then finally, we're going to go result.push array 2 dot slice, and then n at position, and then to the end we're going to go array 2 dot length. Cool. So now we're getting what looks like the right answer. If we were to run the test, it looks like they pass. Okay, cool. But let's talk about why this happens. Okay, so first off, we're adding to the result array everything from position 0 to n. So 0 to 1. So we're just the 4. We're adding that to the result array. On our second one, we're adding in all of the positions here. And then on our third one, we're going from the position n, which is 1, to the end of the array, which is, in this example, it's 2. So we're going to position 5. And then, yeah, I mean, we could console.log the result here. And you see we've got 4 initially. At this point, we have 4, and then 1, 2, 3. And then at this point, we have 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. And so we're just sort of piecemealing it on there because that's what this specific array requirement wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we were to pop this guy in here, that might be a better way of describing how to do this. Here we've got head, shoulders, claw, tentacle, knees, toes. So our position's at 2, and so this is our second array, and so we're going to 0, 0 to 1, and 1 to 2. So we've got head and shoulders. We put that in there first. So here we have head and shoulders. And then here we add all the things that are in part of array 1.
Create a copy of
So
the
claw
second
and
array
tentacle.
inside of the function. This will ensure that the original array is not mutated. It's going to be done by using this
And
slice
then
operation.
finally
The
here
second array and
we
assign it to a
have
variable.
the result, which ends up being
Draw
pumped
all
out
of
to
the
here.
items in the first array.
So head, shoulders,
Each
claw,
item in the
tentacle,
first array splice,
and then knees and toes
splice
adds
it,
on at the end.
and
Because
copy the array.
array 2,
Yeah,
if you were to
index
slice
given
at
in
position 2 until the end of the array, 0, 1, and then knees and toes, we get that. So yeah, that's how that works. If we run the test, I'll still pass. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. We'll see you in the next lesson.
We wish to take all of the elements from array 1 and insert them into array 2, starting with index position n. At the same time, we must ensure that neither R or R2 have been mutated. Using the slice function, we can create an exact replica of R2 and assign the result of the operation to a variable local array. Now that we have an array that we can mutate on, we can iterate through every item in the first array. For each item in the first array, you can use the splice function to insert the item into the index and of local array. Increment the index n by 1. This will ensure that every item from the array 1 is inserted into local array in the proper index position. Finally, return the array. Let local var slice and then splice in local and 0 ... R1. So we should return a new array without altering array 1 and 2. We create a local R and add all the items from array 2 using the slice function. Since the splice function will mutate outer arrays and can be used to add new elements, we will use it to add the content of R1 into local R. N is the starting position where our content will be inserted. We won't be deleting any elements, so the next argument is 0. We won't be deleting any elements, so the next argument is 0. Then we add the entire content of R1 using spread syntax. Local R is returned and the function is complete. So n is the starting point. Yeah, and then it adds the R1 and that's it. Okay. So splice method. False bouncer. Remove all false values from an array. False, which means the boolean. False values in JavaScript are false, null, 0, empty string, undefined, and none. You need to try converting each value to a boolean. So I think I will have to look through this one. Type of boolean. And this for loop is the thing I use the most so far. I've used the most. Type of. I don't remember exactly how to write this type of thing. Type of operator returns a string indicating the type of the unvalidated operand. If type of is boolean. Is it boolean? Boolean. Boolean is not defined. Maybe fire1 equals type of boolean. Followed by its operand. For its operand, an expression represents the objective or primitive whose type should be returned. Boolean. I'm not sure if that's how you write it. You know, remove all false values from an array. Maybe it's false instead of boolean. Equals false, maybe. I think it's the other way around. But then I'm not sure how. I remember doing the other exercise asked for this, but I don't remember how it was written. Computer science, a boolean is a logical data type that can have when the value is true or false, for example. I don't remember learning anything about false values. Maybe we just put an R statement here, since I don't know. Remove all values. I'm not sure if this is the correct function, correct method to take it out. Let's see. Moves last element from an array and returns that element. This method changes the length of the array. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let's see if this passes. So this, okay, so it's not working. Maybe it's the other way around. If R1 equals type of, let me watch a video on this type of thing. We don't need just type of actually. And still returning rule. Maybe it's remove instead of pop. There's no remove.
Hey guys, how you going? In this video, I'm going to be talking about the type of operator in JavaScript and specifically how it works with null and undefined. So basically, the type of operator is used to give you the type of whatever you put to the right of it. Okay, so it's much easier to explain in code. So let's go inside the text editor right here, and we're going to use the type of operator on a few values. So I'm going to say here, for example, console.log, and I'll say type of decode, for example. Let me just change my keyboard layout real quickly here. So back to normal. Okay, cool. So I'll say type of, then I'll say decode like this. So here, obviously, this right here is a string, so we expect this to give me string. Okay, so I'll do a few more examples. So I'll just copy and paste this stuff right here. I'll say type of 12, for example. I'll put type of, and then make an object. So name Dom, and age as 45 years old. And another example is an array, 1, 2, 3, 4, an array of numbers. And one last example here, and that'll be undefined. You know, actually, we'll do one more example with null. So we have 6 examples here. There are a few more examples with symbols and big ints and things like that, but I'm sure you can, of course, use this and find out the other results you can get from this type of operator. Okay, so let's save this and refresh the browser right here, and we can see we get all of these different results. So obviously, first up, we have the string. So, of course, we declared a string there. So we have string here. We get string number. We get object for the actual object. But for the fourth one here, for the array, we still get object because of
those method executes a reduce function that provide on each element of the array, resulting in a single output value. Not maybe you can use map. Populated with the results of calling a provided function. Yeah. Not a bad beginner's choice. I started with HTML and CSS. I don't think map is gonna be the way to do it. I wonder why the pop is not working. X equals. Let me check. But do you think this is right though? Because there's probably something easier than doing like this. Should be at least. Then I have to copy the type of. I don't think this is right. Yeah. Because if to actually never be true. Type of returns string. So double. Yeah, this doesn't work as well. And equal doesn't work. I tried the other way around also, but it doesn't work. Like type of and then all these options equals true. I'm not sure if it's the pop thing though, but it's not working. because here it runs through the code, but the pop doesn't pop. Look, it executes here, this line here, which means that the value 3 worked. I equals 3. Yeah, which is probably what you're saying also, because it didn't work for the second value, but it worked for the third one, which is false, which is the first one in the function here, in the if statement. But it didn't pop. Oh, it's popping the 9, not the false. So this is wrong for sure. But how can I remove the one that I want to remove? I think I will just search. It's easier to search on DuckDuckGo. Array filter. What does that do? Array filter. Here. With splice also. So apparently it works with splice. The filter method creates a new array with all elements that pass the test implemented by the provider function. So you create a new array and then you would put the function inside instead of an if statement. Should return new array of elements that satisfy some condition. Yeah, might be easier. Let me try with this. I'm gonna try with this splice first, and then I'm gonna use this one. Because I'm not very good with functions also. It doesn't work with the splice. Should return new array of elements. So for example 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dot filter x function x plus 3 more than 3. Yeah. So let me try it. I do want to try it with this way though, actually, after I do it with the filter. So const results, and then here's gonna be a condition. Does splice modified array or return modified copy? I'm not sure. I just looked at that, Splice Splice method changes the content of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding new elements in place. No, I think it just removes them. Yeah, the problem is the index, which I'm not sure of. Yeah, the start is gonna be, it has to be I, which is the time that the loop checks for the condition, and then the delete count should be 1, right? But let me try if this first, the filter one. Yeah, index and then Splice, it should do the job. But instead of index is I, isn't it? Yeah, let's do it with the filter. Where's the... here. Then R... What do I put inside here? It's the array and the condition. I'm not sure if I need caps. Like this, maybe. Then return result. And it's still the same string, same array. But why put elements if I didn't write any elements before? There we go. Nice. You know what arrow functions are, do you? Yes, I know. I think I know. I saw this. I had a couple of challenges about this before, but I still don't understand very well. Like, this is creating a function with the argument element, and then it's testing that function on every portion of the array. Is that what's happening? Like, this could be anything. Instead of elements, like, let's say break. No, break is a special thing. Bro, let's put bro. Yeah. So why are you asking why element is there? Yeah, I don't know. Can be any identifier, obviously. It's just hard for me to... I don't know why, but... And here you can have many things. Many statements also, right? Like if I was to type this out, it's hard for me to visualize. What it would be the equivalent. Let me try to use splice now. And it doesn't make sense to be indexed here. Yeah. By the way, what do you think, bro? Different than false or null does. You're saying the whole sentence with bro equals bro. I think bro different than false or is gonna check for if the type of or the value of bro is different than false or null. I think. Because it does bro different than false or null, but you probably wanted to do bro different than false or bro different than... Oh yeah, I got it. Because I'm checking if it's either or different than either one. But I'm gonna check. It's a subtle difference, but I think I understand. Also, since all those values are falsy, you can just check for false. I have to check for all of them specifically. I mean, there's no difference between them. Because if I remember, like putting just false, in my mind wouldn't take it out the empty string, for example. And this thing is wrong. Let's use triple string comparison like before. Find the index of the array elements you want to remove using index of, and then remove that index with splice. Splice method changes the contents of an array by removing existing elements and or adding new elements. So O creates a constant array.index of. Remove type of for each work. Again, type of returns string representation of the value. For null it returns null, and so on. I think this splice is wrong also. That's the issue. And this is removing the empty string also. I don't know why. So I'm gonna use index of here. No, it doesn't work. To remove elements, you must do I/s because all elements shift back. So yeah, but it's still not removing. You removed the first two ones. Maybe it's outside of the if statement. Alright, then it's gonna give me infinite loop. Because I'm increasing one and then decreasing. Move the constant index nonsense. Just use I directly. I tried that, but it didn't work. Like now it's removing the empty string, but doesn't remove the false. Or maybe it's because the I man is one. Ah, there we go. Nice. Okay. Let's see if it passes. Should return. Now it's because of the different values there. No, none, and undefined. So maybe I should add this. I try to explain 1, 2, 3, index of 3 is 2. Remove 2, 1, 3, index of 3 is 1. Yeah, I understand. I'm scouting one more. Because I just took the last one. But I think here is necessary to specify these values here, right? Because otherwise it's not gonna take it off. But there must be a better way to do this than to do it like this. Unless this is 3. You know why the last one is not working? Let's see. Undefined probably. Also doesn't work. Yeah, I didn't pass the test, that one. So I tried to put the other ones. It's still none here, even though I put or no. The other ones passes, but the other one, this one here. but I'm not sure why this doesn't pass. Okay, I'm pulling out my GS console. Alright? Maybe it's the typo that I forgot. Maybe it works if we put typo again. And why is not? This is weird. Oh, it's typo of one. Okay. And there we go. Yeah, now it doesn't work. I think I'll just look for the solutions. Bro. I think I'm gonna look for the solutions. Let's see. What do they say? False is something which evaluates to false. There are only 6 false values in JavaScript, and final, none, 0, empty string, and false, of course. We need to make sure we have all the false values to compare. You can know it. Maybe we function with all the false values. In 3, then we need to add a filter with the false values function. Which is the same way it told me to do. New array.push. We create a new empty array. We use a for cycle to iterate over all elements of the provided array. Okay. Use the if statement to check if the current element is truthy or false. False. How does it work? If the thing new array.push. So just by writing the name, it already checks. I don't understand this. Don't understand. If the element is truthy, you push it to the new array. This results in the new array containing only truthy elements. Return the new array. True value is a value that translates to true when validated in a Boolean context. All values are true unless they are defined as false. Kind of obvious. Checking for true values on variables. It is possible to check for true value in a variable with a simple condition. If variable So maybe if I put I'm understanding this. Yeah, there we go. Now it works. There we go. JavaScript comparisons strike again. Anyways, I found the problem. So did you, I assume. Well, what's your answer? Let's see. Can I make it like this? It doesn't work. How can I make this false? Maybe false. Let's see if this happens, if this works also. Now it doesn't work. And now it works. Alright, cool. You can do... oh. So just that makes it false. Okay. And I'm gonna go to the next one to finish this section, this section. Fast. Return the lowest index at which a value, second argument, should be inserted into an array. First argument, once it has been sorted, the returned value should be a number. So the sort function, I'm not really sure how it works. I've read it once, but for example, get index true ins 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.5 should return 1 because it is greater than 1. Index 0 or less than 2, index 1. So it takes the number and sees at which index is gonna return which element is gonna return based on the index. Likewise, I think should return true, because once the array has been sorted, it will look like 3, 5, 20. and 19 is less than 20 and greater than 5. Okay, I think I get it. But how am I gonna do this? Sort method sorts the elements of an array in place and returns the sorted array. The default sort order is ascending, but upon converting the elements into strings, then comparing their sequences of UTF-16 code unit values. So I assume it's just this. Let me change the one that's asking. And this is sorted already. Let's pick this one. Or this one, actually. So why does return 10 to 20? r.sort. Let's delete and see what happens. Isn't it supposed to return in ascending order? Specifies a function that defines the sort order. If omitted, the array elements are converted to strings, then sorted according to each character's Unicode. Code point value. It's considered best practice, however, to always write a semicolon after a statement, even when it is not strictly needed. This practice reduces the chances of bugs getting into the code. Let's see what happens if I do this. It has to be a function, not a number. So I'm guessing I should put a function there. Return the lowest index at which a value, second argument, should be inserted into an array. Once it has been sorted. Lowest index. So maybe index of this is grammar. The first element for comparison. The second element for comparison. So array notes that the array is sorted in place. No copy is made. If compare function is not supplied, All known undefined array elements are sorted by converting them to strings and comparing strings in the code. For example, banana comes before cherry. The numeric sort 9 comes before 80. But because numbers are converted to strings, 80 comes before 9. Now I got it. Why the order is that? Okay. Compare function displayed. All known undefined array elements are sorted according to the return value of the compare function. All undefined elements are sorted to the end of the array. No call to compare function. A and B are two elements being compared then. Compare function A and B returns less than 0. So it's probably this compare function that I have to use. Returns less than 0, sort A to an index lower than B. A comes first. Returns less than 0, sort A to an index lower than B. Turn 0 leave A and B unchanged with respect to each other, but sorted with respect to all different elements. If compare function A B that returns greater than 0, sort B to an index lower than A. So I'm guessing it's gonna be compare. No. And this is inside the sort. To compare numbers instead of strings, the compare function can simply subtract A from B. Following function will sort the array in ascending order. Sort method can be conveniently used with function expressions. Numbers.sort. So it should be here, but is it A and B? No. I think I'm gonna have to watch a video about this one. Object scheme is started given the value of one of their properties. Creating, displaying, and sorting an array. The following example creates 4 arrays and displays the original array. Then the sorted arrays. The numeric arrays are sorted without a compare function. And sorted using one. What's the A and B value? Like how I'm gonna put the number with A and B. Oh, here. Sorting strings no characters, strings with standard characters. Strings from language, no, that's not. This function can compare those characters so they appear in the right order. Compare function can be invoked multiple times per element within the array. Depending on the compare function's nature, this may yield high overhead. The more work a compare function does, and the more elements there are sorted, may be more efficient to use map for sorting. The idea is to transverse the array once to extract the actual values used for sorting into a temporary array. Sort the temporary array, and then transverse the temporary array to choose the right order. Function li. Yeah. I'm getting tired also. Might take a break. It's not sort.
Essa teoria de gênero, esse conceito, embora ainda não tivesse esse nome, tentou se instalar através da...
All right, if you've actually managed to sit through and watch all of these videos about all of these different functions, I'm kind of amazed. And really, the truth of the matter, the point of what I'm doing is not to because there's a lot more of these array functions, did I say this already in a previous video, but is not to go through all these one at a time and explain every single one, as useful as that possibly might be in some cases. But if you can kind of understand how they work and then figure out how to look up in the reference, in the documentation, you can look at all the array functions and figure them out for yourself. But I'm here, let's do one more really useful one. Let's talk about sort. So I'm gonna come back over here. I'm gonna come back to this word stuff because we're gonna need that in a second. But let's just look at this array of vals for a second. So I'm gonna say console.log vals, and I'm just gonna say vals.sort with no function passed in and console.log vals. So let's see what happens. And let me give this the number 9. Hit refresh, and we can see, look at that. It sorted it in numerical order from lowest to highest. That's ascending order. And in fact, it didn't make a new array. It sorted exactly that array. So this is important to realize. This is a distinction that we've really got to pay attention to. So far, in looking at these, filter makes a new array. Reduce doesn't make an array. It reduces things down to a single. It could make an array, but that's a special case. Reduce and map make a new array. Fills an existing array, and filter and map, new array. Fill and sort act on an existing array. Reduce is a special case. So that's kind of important distinction between all of these. But how did it know to do that? Well, sort, you kind of would say oh, I sort. It should sort by numerical order. And if these were words, A, hello, B, goodbye, you would guess it's going to sort them in alphabetical order. Now, if this is capital B, that shows up first because it's actually going to sort by capital letters first. If there was something else that I was going to look at here, I was going to say capital B. Yeah. If it's also numbers and letters, it's going to first put the numbers and then in numeric order and then the letters in alphabetical order. So there's a default way that an array will be sorted. Now let's look at this case. What if I had just an array of objects? So what if my array was actually something like a bunch of XY pairs? So this is now an array, and auto-formatted for me, of 2 objects, each with an X and a Y. Well, what if I sort that? Strings. If I'm going to compare 2 elements, this higher order function requires 2 arguments, 2 elements of the array, and it's your job to say which one should go before the other. And the way that you can tell The way that you can tell the sort function to do that is by returning a positive or negative number. And I can never remember which is which, but positive maybe means A goes before B, negative means B goes before A, and 0 means they're equivalent, or it's the other way around. I always just try it both ways, and eventually I figure it out. So for example, I could say return A.y minus B.y. Right? That makes sense, because in this case we're going to have 10 minus 6 is 4, or 6 minus 10 is negative 4. So if I put that compare function right here in vals, and I hit refresh, we're going to see that 6 comes before 10. Let's change this to B minus A, and we're going to see that 10 comes before 6. I know this is small, but can you see that? 10 comes before 6. So this, and if they're equal, right, that value is going to be 0. So what other ways can we have fun with this? Well, let's go back to this. It was a dark and stormy false night. I was trying to think with false. Let's put this back in here. And let's say what I did with filter in the previous video is I filtered out all of the words after I split up this text that were less than 3 characters. And let's just split out, let's actually, well, 3 or less. So let's make it 2 or less. So let's just make sure this still works. We can see, oh, vals is not defined. I'm going to comment this out. I'm not using that anymore. I'm just going to look at this code. And I'm going to see, OK, so that's my was dark and stormy night. Now, if I were to just say, right before here, words.sort, I would get and dark night stormy was. But what if I wanted to sort by the length of the words? So I would need to write a compare function. And so I could start doing this with function, compare, A, comma, B, return. But here's the thing. I'm trying to use, as much as possible, this arrow syntax to be able to sort of inline right there, have the function that does the compare all in one line in a very condensed way. Let's try to do that. Maybe we've done it. I've done it enough times now that I don't need to write it first as a long-winded function, then make it an anonymous function, then an arrow function. Let's do it all at once. So I'm going to, this is very exciting. I'm going to say word. Oh no, so this is A, comma, B, right? I always forget. So this is the sort, the compare function requires 2 arguments. 2 elements of the array that I'm going to compare. I'll keep this A and B sort of variable naming. It's totally arbitrary. I could call it cat and dog. Then I want to return the difference between the lengths. If one's length is bigger than the other, it should be after it. So I'm going to say B, and I don't need to say return. I'm just going to say B.length minus A.length. So this should give me now a way of sorting the array where the longer ones appear at the end. And let's see.
So maybe one of these arguments is num instead of. But then I don't know which condition.
Probably got this backwards. I always get it backwards. I got it backwards, of course, where the longer ones are at the beginning. So, I could have figured that out, but in the end, I could just say A minus B. And then there we go. Was and dark stormy. So you can see 3-letter, 3-letter, 4-letter, 5-letter, 5-letter. So this is the way that you can sort. You can sort custom any list of any array of stuff based on however you want to compare two
so the function is going to decide the order that gets
I'm trying to think
sorted by.
if there's anything else I have to say. I think that's it. So we were done. We've gotten through all this stuff. What I want to do now is I want to look at taking a lot of these concepts into a kind of classic creative coding scenario, a particle system, and using a higher order function to write a bunch of ways of managing, to do a bunch of things to manage that array of particles. And I'll do that in the next video, which you may or may not choose to watch. Thanks very much.
I don't understand the conditions. What this should return? Should return a number. So it's probably not like this. Probably doesn't matter this compare function, but still want to understand it anyway. To understand exactly what it does. Or maybe it does, man. Okay, so I sorted, so now I do a for loop maybe. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do it. The thing is, I always do the for loop Maybe I should try to solve this a different way. A different way. Less than true. So I should check for. This is gonna loop through the array, and then I should check for compare the value. If if it's bigger than 1, if it's smaller. Because 1 is greater than 1. Return 1 because it's greater than 1. But less than true. So it returns the one that comes before, right before. But it's not, because it can be less, but it can be less than a lot of them. It has to be the index. So maybe index of, no. Should return true because once the array has been sorted, it will look like 3, 5. Also, it returns the index, not the number. Index of method returns the first index at which a given element can be found in the array. Yeah. It's not a function. Maybe it's like that. Probably wrong, but yeah. So a couple of them are right. And it's returning a number, but not the right one. I'll be right back. just watch videos now. I'm just gonna watch some videos because my mind is blurry and it should take a small break. Let me put the stuff here.
Hey everybody, in this video we're going to take a look at the comparator function in JavaScript. The comparator function is the function that gets passed into JavaScript's inbuilt sort function. And what it allows us to do is, it allows us to really take control of JavaScript sort function to do things beyond just the sorting strings in ascending order. When we pass in a comparator function, we can do things like sorting numbers in the correct order. We can sort the properties on objects, and much more. So let's get into the code. So we can start out here nice and easy by looking at the default behavior of JavaScript sort method. As you can see here, I have an array of letters, and you can see right now that they're unsorted. So in order to sort these letters, all we'd have to do is say letters.sort, and then let's assign this to a variable. We'll assign it to a constant. We'll say sorted letters equals letters.sort. And then let's log this to the console so we can see what we get. So I'm going to go ahead and open my terminal, and let's run this code. And there we can see our letters are now in sorted order, A, B, C, and P at the end. Now, with letters like this, letters that are all in the same case, in this case, they're all lowercase, this works just perfectly. However, let's try something. Instead of a lowercase p here, let's make this an uppercase P. Let's save it. And now again, let's log this to the console. And check it out here. No longer is the P at the end of the array, but now it's at the beginning. So we have capital P, and then lowercase a, b, and c. So why would this be the case? Well, before we go any further, we're going to find out something very important to understanding the sort method. If we look at the MDN web docs for the sort method, we can see that the default sort order is ascending. And the way that it works is that it converts the elements in the array into strings. And then, here's the important part, it compares their sequences of UTF-16 code unit values, or their Unicode values. So in this case, the way that these letters are being sorted is that their UTF-16 character codes are gotten first, and then those are sorted in ascending order. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to use a for each loop and log out the character code for each of these values, just to help clarify our understanding of what's going on here. So let's say letters.forEach, and then we'll say for each letter, let's log out the letter.char code at, and we'll say at 0, because each of these string elements only have one character. So the 0 index will be the character itself. And actually, just to make it that much clearer, let's first log out the letter itself, and we'll give it a space, followed by its character code. So let's clear the console and log that out. And here we can see each of the elements of our array, the B, the capital P, the C, and the A, followed by the character codes which they're assigned. And now we can understand actually how this array is sorted. We can see that the P has a character code of 80, and 80 being the lowest value amongst these character codes, we can see why it would come first when we sort this array. So with this knowledge in hand, I think we're much better equipped now to understand how sorting in JavaScript works. So our next example here is where we're really going to start taking a look at the comparator function. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an array of numbers. And we're going to have a 2, a 5, a 100, and a 4. So let's start out by simply sorting, or using the sort method on the numbers array. We'll say const sorted numbers equals numbers.sort. And let's log this out to the console to see what we get. And here, where you might have thought that we would have gotten 2, 4, 5, and 100, instead you can see that we're actually getting the 100 first, and then the 2 and the 4 and the 5. And since I've already showed you that JavaScript sort method converts the elements into their character codes first, this should explain why this sorting has occurred in this way. So once again, let's go ahead and let's do a for each on the numbers array and check out the character codes for each of these elements. So we're going to log out each of these numbers to the console, along with their character codes, so we can see what's going on here. So first we'll do the number, and then in order to use the char code at method on these numbers, we're going to need to convert them into strings first, because the char code at method works on strings. So we'll say char code at, and again, we're going to pass in a 0 here, and then let's log this to the console. And again, this explains why the numbers were sorted in the way that we saw before, with the 100 being the first element in the sorted array. As you can see, the 1 in the number 100 has a character code of 49, which is the lowest number in the set of numbers, or the set of character codes. So now obviously what we want is we want the 100 to be at the end of the sorted array. So this is what we can do to solve this problem. Let's uncomment out our numbers.sort here. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to pass in a function, and this is going to be the comparator function. We're going to pass that into the sort method. So let's write this like an arrow function here. And the way that this comparator function works is it's going to take an A value and a B value. So initially that A value is going to be the 2, and the B value is going to be the 5. And this comparator function is going to do a three-way comparison. What that means is it's going to check to see whether the A value is less than, greater than, or equal to the B value. So if the A value is less than the B value, which it is here, then the A value is going to come before the B value. If the A value happens to be greater than the B value, well then the B value is going to come before the A value. For example, with these two, 100 and the 4, if this was the A value, 100, well in this case the A value is greater than the B value, so we're going to want to swap these around. We're going to want to put the B value to come before the A value. 100 in this case. And finally, if A and B are the same, so if we had like a 2 and a 2, well, we would just leave A and B unchanged. So what we could do is we could come in here into the comparator function, and we could say if A is less than B, return -1, else if A is greater than B, return 1, else return 0. And here the comparator function is going to be looking for either a negative value, a positive value, or a 0. If a negative value is returned, then A will come before B. If a positive value is returned, then B will come before A. And if 0 is returned, they'll just be left unchanged. So now let's console.log out sorted numbers and see what we get. So let's clear the console. And now we can see our numbers here are correctly sorted, 2, 4, 5, and 100. And what if we wanted to sort this array in reverse order? Well, what we could do is we could simply reverse these. We could say if A is greater than B, return -1, and if A is less than B, return +1. So now let's log that out to the console. And here you can see they are sorted correctly in reverse order with 100 at the beginning of the array. But let's put that back to where it was before to produce the correct ascending order. And what you should take note of is that it's not important that these return -1 and +1, but rather that they simply returned either a negative number or a positive number or a 0. So with that in mind, we could actually shorten up this comparator function, and we could simply return the result of evaluating A minus B. And why should that work? Well, let's take a look at it. So if A starts out as being 2, the first element in the array, and then we subtract 5 from it, that's going to result in a negative value, in this case a -3. And as we saw before, if we get a negative value, well then A will come before B. Let's take the case where we had 100 minus 4. Well, 100 minus 4 gives us 96, which is a positive value.
For you.
And as we mentioned, if we have a positive...
I'm on the JavaScript part. I'm stuck on this problem right now, so I'm a little bit tired, so I'm watching this video. What about you?
Value. Well, that means that A is greater than B, and therefore we need to swap them so that B comes before A. So let's verify that this works. We'll log it out, and we'll see that it's sorted correctly in ascending order. And then, of course, to produce a descending order, we could do B minus A. And log that out, and here we get the correct descending order. Now that we've seen how to use a comparator function to sort numbers, we can move on to an example where we want to sort the properties of an object. So let's get rid of all this here. And I have an array here of objects, and this array is an array of Spice Girls. Each object with the name of the Spice Girl and her age. I just made up these ages, so I doubt that they're actually these ages. But you can see that we have 4 objects in the array, each with a name and an age property. So let's say first of all that we wanted to sort this array to have age in ascending order. So here's how we can go about doing that. Let's take our array, Spice Girls, and let's use the sort method, and we're going to pass it a comparator function.
Nice.
In this case, let's pass in a comparator. We're actually going to write that function separately.
What about coronavirus? You're still allowing you to go?
Here. So we'll say const comparator is going to equal an arrow function. And it'll take an A and a B. And remember how we used a comparator before to sort numbers. Well, in this case, we can do something very similar. But since we have properties on an object, we're going to access them like this. We're going to say A.age minus B.age. So in other words, A would be like this 37, B would be the 30, and so on. And now let's go and console.log this to see if we've done this correctly. And here we can see that each of these Spice Girls has been sorted in ascending order by age. So 19, 20, 30, and 37. And now let's try this. Instead of simply sorting these by name, let's sort them by the length of the name, so that the shortest name will come first and the longest name will come last. And just for some variation, because we have these names which have a length of 6 and these names which have a length of 4, instead let's put in Scary here to get a name with a length of 5. And let's see if we can sort these now by length. So really length is just a number. So as long as we're accessing the length property on each of these names here, we should be able to use this exact same comparator function. So instead of A.age, let's say A.name.length minus B.name.length. And let's try logging that out. And here you can see that we've got Baby with the length of 4, Posh with a length of 4, Scary has a length of 5, and Ginger has a length of 6. So as you can see, we got the result that we wanted. So thanks for checking out this video on the comparator function in JavaScript. Hopefully in this video you learned how you can use the comparator function to really customize your sort method and go beyond just the default ability to sort strings in ascending order. So thanks for checking out this video. If you feel like you got something out of it, please give it a like and consider subscribing to the channel. I'll see you next time.
Quer entregar a melhor experiência de compras no seu e-commerce? Vem para o Pagar-me!
This video is sponsored by Bug Replay, which records your browser along with things like debug logs and network traffic. Available as a Chrome extension or Firefox add-on, it facilitates communication between devs and non-devs and between companies and their end users. Network requests and response are synced with recordings, and it's just a great tool for any developer. Check out Bug Replay by clicking on the link in the description below. Hey, what's going on, guys? So I know that a lot of you really like the project videos where we build something from start to finish, and those are kind of the bread and butter videos of this channel. But today I want to do something different that may not be as fulfilling visually in the browser, but will really up your vanilla JavaScript game. So what I want to do is talk about some of the higher order array methods, as well as writing them in a shorter and more elegant way using ES6 arrow functions. So we'll be working with methods like map, filter, sort, reduce, and I'm sure a lot of you that are, I wouldn't say new to JavaScript, but a lot of you that don't really understand how these work have seen these quite a bit and are kind of confused by them. So hopefully this video can clear it up for you and you can see what they actually do. We're not going to do anything too advanced, but I will explain how they work and what the benefit is, and we'll actually compare them to like a for loop, which you would do back in the day. So learning these methods will really help you be a better programmer. I mean, you can do React and Angular tutorials, and you can really master the framework, but you want to do stuff like this so that you really understand the language that's underneath those frameworks. Now, a lot of you guys know and have actually purchased the 21-hour course that I have on Udemy, Modern JavaScript from the Beginning, and we do talk about these methods, but not as much as I would have liked to. So I'll actually be adding some of this material as well as some new material that has to do with functional programming into that course. All right, so like I said, this isn't going to be like a project where we build something in the UI. We're just going to use the Google Chrome console for our output, but it's really going to up your programming game if you don't know about these methods. So if you want to follow along, all you have to do is create an index.html file and a main.js file. And the HTML file is very simple. It's just basic head body tags. I have an H1 and then a link to the main.js. And then in the main.js, we have two arrays. One's called companies, and it has just a bunch of objects with a name, a category, and a start and end date for that company. So they're basically companies that are done with. And then we just have a simple numbers array called ages. All right, so these are the methods we're going to look at. So at for each is basically just an easier way to, or in a better way to loop through an array rather than using like a for loop. It doesn't return anything back to you like some of these other ones do, but it is a much nicer and more elegant way to loop through data. So if the first thing I want to do is just do a standard for loop, just so we can compare what they look like. And I know a lot of you guys already know this stuff, but let's create a variable called I, set it to 0, and then we're going to say as long as I is less than companies, which is the array above, dot length. So as long as it's less than the number of companies in that array, and then we want to increment by 1 through each iteration, and let's just console log each company. So we'll say companies, and then we need to pluck out the current index with the variable I. So it starts at 0, each iteration it'll add 1 to I, and it'll print that out. So let's save and run, and you can see we get that in the console. Now I'm using live server for VS Code, that's why when I saved it just automatically loaded, so I don't have to keep reloading. All right, so that's a basic for loop. I know that most of you guys know this. So let's take a look at for each. All right, so for each, we can just take the actual array, so companies, and we can just say dot for each. And then what that does is it takes in a callback function, okay? And this is synchronous, this is not an asynchronous callback. So this takes in, well, it can take in 3 different things. So we need basically like an iterator, something that we can use for each company or whatever is in the array. So I'm just gonna call this company, but you can also get the index and you can also get the entire array, okay? So those are the 3 things that can be passed in, and that's the same with most of these high order methods. So in here, we'll just go ahead and console.log, and let's just log company. All right, we'll comment out this for loop and save, and we get the same thing. Okay, so this looks a lot nicer than this. There's no setting I, there's no brackets with I. It's just, this is much nicer looking, much better. And if we wanted to get just like the name, we could just do company name, and there we go. All right, so very simple. I'm sure a lot of you guys already know about for each. So let's move on to filter. So what filter does is it allows us to do just that, filter things out from the array. So let's say that we want to look at this ages array, and we want to get all of the ages that are 21 and over. All right, now I'm going to first do this with a for loop. So we would define an empty array. We'll call it can drink because we want 21 and over, and we would set that to an empty array, and then we would do the for loop. So we would have to do, let me just move this down, we would have to define our I variable, let I equal 0 as long as I is less than ages.length, and then increment by 1. And then what we would do is take, well, first we would have to do an if statement, and we're going to say if ages I, so if the current iteration is greater than or equal to 21, then we would take that can drink, sorry about that banging, guys, we would take that can drink array and we would push onto it, we would add to it using .push, and we would pass in ages I, so whatever the current age, the current iteration is. All right, and then we could go down here, we could console.log the can drink array. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that, and now we have an array of 21 and over. Okay, so you can see 12, 16, 5, these aren't in the array. So that's how we would do it with a for loop. So let's do this. Let's do the same thing with filter. So all we have to do is define a variable. Again, we'll call it can drink, and we can set it equal to ages.filter, and then this takes in a function just like the for each did, and we're going to pass in, we'll call this age. Okay, and we can also get the index and stuff like that if we want, but then we just have to do our condition, which will be if
age is greater than or equal to 21, then all we have to do here is return true. Okay, there's no creating an array and then pushing onto it. We just simply do the condition and return true. So we'll go ahead and just comment this out and save, and you can see we get the same exact thing. All right, so this looks a lot nicer than this. Now we can even make this better. We can actually put this all into one line using ES6 arrow functions. So let's again create the can drink and set it to ages.filter. And inside here, instead of doing function like we did above, we're just going to put in the parameter of age, and we're going to set an arrow function, and then put the condition, which is age is greater than or equal to 21. And that's it. That will work. So let's go ahead and just comment this out and save, and we get the same thing. All right, so we went from this ugly piece of code to this nice, elegant one-liner. All right, so if you are applying for a job or you're just showing someone your code, if you have this instead of this, then it's going to make you look like a better programmer. All right, so these methods are really important. You don't want to be doing things this way when we have this available. All right, so we're going to do a couple more examples of filter just in case it's still not registering. So let's go ahead and actually I'm going to put some comments in here. Let's say get 21 and older, just so it's clear what's going on. Because I'm going to put this code in the description for you guys. This next one, let's go ahead and filter the retail companies. Okay, each company has a category, and we want to get just an array, or not an array. Well, yes, an array, but we're not creating a new one like we would with map, which we'll get to. But we're just going to filter the ones out that are retail. So we'll create a variable called retail companies, and we'll set that to companies.filter. And then here, I'll go ahead and do the ES5 version first, and we'll pass in, these are companies, so I'll just call this company. Okay, and then we want to do our condition, and the condition is if company.category is equal to retail, then we simply want to return true. All right, so we'll go down here, and let's just console log retail companies and save, and now we have three objects in our array, company 2, 4, and 9, and those all have the category of retail. All right, so what I want you to do now, if you want, of course, is pause the video and try to do this in the shorthand way using arrow functions. All right, see if you can do that, and then come back, and then we'll go ahead and do that. So we would just create, again, retail companies, set it to companies, if I can spell, companies.filter, and then we would put in here the parameter company. Now the reason I'm not putting parentheses around this like this is because it's only one parameter. Okay, we can do this. In fact, if you had more than one here, like if we were getting the index as well, then we would have to have parentheses. But since we just have one parameter, we don't actually need these parentheses. All right, so then what we would do is the condition, which is company, I can't spell company for some reason, dot category equals, or is going to be equal to retail. All right, so let's comment this out and save, and we get the same thing. Okay. So let's do all the companies that started in the 80s. So you can see we have 81, we have 89. So we want to filter all of the companies from the 80s. Let's do that. So we'll go ahead and say get 80s companies, I don't know. And we'll create a variable, we'll call it companies, or we'll call it 80s companies, and we'll set it to companies. And if you guys want to pause it and try this on your own, feel free to do that. So we'll say filter, and I'm just going to do it the shorthand way right off the bat. So we'll say company, and what's our condition going to be if we want from the start date? Okay, remember they have a start and end. We want the start to be between 80 and 89. So we'll put a condition here that'll be, actually we want to wrap this in parentheses. So we're going to say company.start is, let's see, we're going to say it's greater than or equal to 1980, and, oh my god, I cannot spell company. I should have chose a different resource. So company.start is, we'll say, less than 1990. All right, so that should do it. It has to be greater than or equal to 1980 and less than 1990. And that should work. So let's go ahead and console log 80s companies and save. We get 5. And if we take a look here, we have 1, 4, 6, 7, and 9. And if we look at the years, they're all in the 80s. All right. So let's do one more with filter. Let's get all the companies that lasted at least 10 years. Okay, so some of these guys lasted more, some lasted less than 10 years. For instance, 99 to 2007, 2011 to 2016. So some of these didn't last 10 years. So we want the ones that did. All right, so let's put a comment here. We'll say get companies that lasted 10 years or more. All right, so we'll say const, we'll say
let's watch this.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? In this video, we're doing the most exciting Google coding interview that I've conducted ever. That's right, this is not a Google coding interview with an adult competitive programmer. It's not a Google coding interview with a college student. It's a Google coding interview with a high school student. Not just any high school student, though. This is the one and only William Lin. He happens to be a competitive programmer. Also, you may have seen him in his recent YouTube video that went viral where he won Google Kickstart Round A. He also represented the US at the International Olympiad of Informatics where he won a silver medal. He's also an international grandmaster on code forces. He is a veritable algo expert. Speaking of algo expert, for this Google coding interview, I asked him the hardest question that we have on algo expert. It's called airport connections. This is the kind of question that I would never expect a candidate to be able to fully solve and fully code out in just 45 minutes. I would expect them to struggle through it, to maybe get a potential solution, code out some of it. I would certainly expect to give them a lot of hints. I won't spoil anything, so you'll have to watch the entire video if you want to know how William did, but that's the question that I gave him. By the way, on the topic of algo expert, if you're preparing for your own Google coding interviews, check out my company algoexpert.io, use the promo code CLEM, CLEM, for a discount on the platform. And finally, before we jump into the interview, just a few points. Number one, this is exactly how I would conduct a real Google coding interview. You'll see that we used Google Docs, which is what you would use. Comments below. Be sure to show William some love. He seems like an awesome guy. I had a really good chat with him before and after the interviews. Go give him some love. And with that, let's jump into the hardest Google coding interview that I've ever conducted. Hey William, how's it going? Are you ready for the interview?
Everything's going fine. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to get started.
Yep, I'm excited as well. Can't wait for this.
Okay, so we're going to have roughly 45 minutes. We have a Google Doc. You have your own drawing app that you are sharing with me so I can see your screen, so I can see what you're drawing.
OneNote.
And OneNote, yeah. Let's begin. I'm going to put 45 minutes on the clock starting now, okay?
Okay.
All right, so I want you to imagine that you are an airline. So you support, flying from airport to airport, and you've got a list of airports where your airline is available. And so I'm actually going to be giving you, as an input to this function that you're going to have to write, a list of airports. I'll copy it in the doc here. These airports are going to be these 3-letter codes. You might be familiar with them. Like, this is how this is done in real life. So, BUD is like Budapest Airport, LGA is LaGuardia Airport, and so on and so forth. So these are all the airports that you've got at your disposal for your airline. And then I'm also going to give you a list of airport routes or airport connections. So for the purpose of this question, I'm going to use the words routes and connections kind of interchangeably.
Okay.
They're going to look like this. So they're going to be pairs. It's going to be like one list of lists of length 2, where you've got 2 airports in the lists.
Okay.
And what this represents is it means that your airline has a one-way flight from the first airport to the second airport.
One way.
So for instance here, one way. So you can fly with your airline from DSM to ORD. You can fly from SIN to CDG, etc. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, you're the kind of airline that really wants to support its travelers. You want to make sure that your travelers can travel the world, experience all of the airports that you have, connections to or flights to. And you have one airport in particular that's really popular. We're going to call this the starting airport. Maybe it's like your headquarters or something like that. So I'll put it here. This is going to be the third input to your function. And here, the starting airport is going to be LGA, LaGuardia, which is in our list of airports. You want to make sure that any traveler who wants to travel to one of these airports, starting at LaGuardia, can do that. You want them to be able to reach any airport in your list of airports starting at LaGuardia. Okay. Now, the thing is, as you might notice in the routes, LaGuardia isn't necessarily connected to every airport. In fact, I don't think LaGuardia has any outbound flights.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So it doesn't, yeah. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to write a function that is, or devise an algorithm that is going to determine the minimum number of routes or connections, so one-way flights, that you have to basically allow as your airline to enable any passenger to go from LaGuardia to any other airport. Now, the one caveat is that it doesn't have to be that the passenger can you still hear me? Can you still hear me?
Oh, your voice got cut off.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect. So, like I was saying, you want to make sure you want to allow all of your passengers to be able to go from LaGuardia to any other airport. Now, the only caveat is that they don't have to be able to go directly from LaGuardia to another airport. It's okay if they fly through other airports. Does that make sense?
Any number of airports?
Yeah, so for example, like imagine you could go from LaGuardia to SAN down here in the routes. That would mean that you could also go from LaGuardia to EYW because you could first go through SAN. Does that make sense?
Yes. So also the passengers don't care about having like 5 transfer flights?
They don't care about having 5 transfer flights. All they care about is being able to reach the destination airports. But you have to, you're working on behalf of the airline, so you want to minimize the number of connections or routes that your airline is going to have to support so that every passenger can go from the starting airport to all of the other airports. And it turns out, just to give you the answer for this particular example here, the answer would be 3. So I'll write it down. We'll put answer 3. The reason it's 3 is because if you connect, basically, like you can add 3 connections that are going to allow your users or your passengers to go from LaGuardia to any other airport.
Okay. Do you know which 3 you need to add?
Yes. So, for example, you would add one connection from LaGuardia to Tel Aviv, TLV, and the reason is because like that opens up a lot of flights, right? Then you would add one to either SFO or maybe SAN here, and then finally you would add one to EWR.
Okay. Okay, so that's the entire problem, right?
That is the entire problem. Yep.
Oh, okay. So first off, we have a list of like airports and like a list of like one-way connections. So this is you can basically formulate this entire problem as a you can basically formulate this entire structure as a directed graph.
Okay.
Okay, so now do you know about strongly connected components?
Remind me or educate me.
Okay, so imagine if we have like a directed graph. So
Okay.
maybe it looks like this. And then in this graph, we have, you might notice that, wait, actually I'll just do this. You might notice that there are these components that there are these group of nodes, okay, such that start from any node in the group, we can travel to any other node in the group. So for example, we start at this node over here, then by like following the edges in here, you can also travel to all three other nodes. And the same is true if you start at the other three nodes. You can always reach the 4 nodes. So after you find these, first of all, these strongly connected components will be disjoint from each other. So because if you imagine that like if we have like 2 strongly connected components where like one node is part of both, we know by the definition that like we can travel from, let's number these 1, 2, and 3. We know by definition that we can travel from 1 to 2 because they're in the same component, and then we can travel from 2 to 3 because they're in the same component. So in fact, we can also travel from 1 to 3 and 3 to 1 as well. So in fact, like if these 2 groups of nodes can all travel to each other, then like this entire group of 5 nodes is just one strongly connected component. So so what I just showed that is that these components are disjoint. So is that part clear?
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay, so after we find all of the, so notice that like each node will be part of exactly one component. So if like, because single nodes will just be their own component, so each node will have its own component. And then after we do this, we'll compress all the components into nodes. So what I mean by this is this original directed graph here will become a new graph like this. We're just basically taking the components and we're just basically taking the big circles and then like making them into the new nodes.
Sure.
Okay, so and then in this new graph over here, the compressed graph, what this achieves is that we'll get an acyclic graph. And that's true because, for example, if we had a cycle like this, so if these 3 formed a cycle, then what would happen is that these 3 would actually be part of the same component. So it's impossible for the new graph to have any cycles.
Right, that makes sense.
Okay, so now we get to like our, oh, by the way, like we can't just work with the new graph and completely ignore the original graph, because as long as we can reach some node in a component, we can reach all nodes inside the component. So
sure.
Yeah, okay, so and then let's say that I'll just create a new like compressed graph. So if our new compressed graph looks like this, and maybe I'll just draw a few more, and then we have our starting node, which can be basically, let's say the starting node is over here.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll basically add new directed edges from S to other nodes. So for example, we could do this, but then adding this edge doesn't help because like this node was already reachable from S already in the beginning.
Sure.
Okay, so now let's now the nodes which aren't reachable from S are these nodes over here with an in degree of 0. So they don't have any nodes pointing towards them. So it's impossible for S to reach these nodes, to reach these components.
Okay,
so it means that we need to like cover these nodes. We need to like add edges so that any person starting from S can travel to these nodes, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the only way we can do that is And the only way we can do that is if we add an edge from somewhere connecting to like this node over here. And we need to do the same thing for this as well. And then notice that if these two nodes within degree 0 are reachable from S, then that means that all other nodes will also be reachable from S as well. As long as we cover the nodes within degree 0, then we'll be fine.
And just to clarify, William, when you say in degree 0 or n degree 0, you're talking about like inbound edges, right?
Yeah, like in degree is inbound edges, and then out degree is outbound edges.
Yep. Okay.
So then so we know that we must at least add an incoming edge to each of these two nodes in order to like satisfy the problem. And one way you can do so is just to connect it to S. So we'll just connect them like this, and then after we connect a new edge from S to each node within degree 0, we will be able to like all nodes will be able to be reached from S.
Yeah.
Okay, so the answer for the problem will just be the number of nodes with an degree of 0 which are not S. So in this case it's just 2. And so the entire algorithm here is, so first, I'm on the Google Doc right now, by the way. So first thing we do is we'll process the input. So we'll make the strings into some more usable form, I guess. So then we'll find the strongly connected components. Okay, and then next step is to compress the graph based on components. And then last step is find number of nodes with degree equals 0, which are not S in the new graph. And then that'll be our answer.
And just, William, for the number, that last step, the number of degree equals 0, which are not S in the new graph, is it not possible to have two nodes with degree 0 that then connect the same node? It is possible, but those two nodes would still have degree 0, so you would still need to reach them. So actually, disregard what I just said.
Yeah, so we know that like we must connect these type of nodes, and then it happens that once we connect these type of nodes, all nodes will be reachable. So we establish the lower bound and the upper bound for the answer to be this number, the number of nodes with an degree of 0 which are not S.
Yeah.
All right, so should I?
So if you want, why don't you, before you jump into the code, why don't you just very briefly walk me through like how you are going to conceptually do these 4 steps?
Okay, so processing the input, I guess. So first, I'll just go through the list of airports and then assign each string an ID number for the airport starting from 0. So 0, 1, and then what I'll do is I'll create an adjacency list to represent the graph. So for each of these, I'll have a map which stores the string and an integer, and then this will be the map which converts from the name of the airport into the ID of the airport. And then
sounds good.
I'll go through the list of routes, and then for each route I'll convert the name into the ID, and then so first what I'll use to store the graph is I'll use an adjacency list. So basically a vector is just a list, and then I'll have, so for each of the n nodes I'll store a list of which nodes it can reach.
Yep.
Example, let's say if DSM is 0 and ORD is 1, then what I'll do is I'll add the value 1 into adjacent 0. Is that okay?
Totally. Yep.
Okay, so now I created the adjacency list of the entire graph, and yeah, that's basically what I wanted to do in the input.
Yep, sounds good.
Based on the adjacency list, I will find the strongly connected components. So this is the more I guess this is the more interesting part of the solution. So there are actually algorithms which do this for you. I think it's called Kourasaju's algorithm, and it'll basically it'll give you the strongly connected components of a graph in O of n plus m time, where n is the number of nodes or the number of airports in our case, and m is the number of edges or the number of routes in our case.
Sure.
So should I explain this algorithm? Like, I don't exactly know how to didn't really exactly know how to explain it. I just kind of know it.
If you want for now, let's skip it, and once you get into the implementation details, we'll talk about it there. But the idea is here, you're applying this algorithm to get all those strongly connecting components. And I'm assuming is the idea that your output there will be another adjacency list, but for just these new connected component nodes, or what?
I guess the output will be, so for each So I guess for each like component, we'll choose a representative node of the component arbitrarily. So maybe like these are the representative nodes of each component, and then what we'll do is basically have this array called who of u. Basically, who of u will return the node, which is the representative node of its component. So, for example, I call it, if I want the who value of this node, then it'll return this node because it's the representative node of its component. And then
gotcha.
Yeah, okay. So this algorithm should return it should create this who array.
Yep.
Third step is to compress the graph based on the components. So, what I'm going to do is, in order to represent the new graph, I'm also going to use a new adjacency matrix. I'll call it ADJ2 of n. And then, even though there might not be n components, I'll still have an array of size n. And then what I'll do is I'll only consider the representative nodes. So basically all nodes u, such that who of u is equal to u. These are the nodes that I'm going to work with.
Okay.
Okay. So in order to get this new adjacency list from the old one, what I'll do is basically for each original edge u to v, if these two are from different components, then I'll basically add a new edge for their representative nodes. Does this part make sense?
Can you repeat that? So for every you'll go back through every.
Right now I want to. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, for each of the original edges in this graph, I want to add these edges, convert these edges into the new graph over here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing is, if an edge connects two nodes in the same component, then since the component just becomes one node, then we'll just remove this edge. So that's what I do here. So for each edge from u to v, if u and v are not in the same component, and we can check that they are not in the same component if they have different representative nodes.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay. So if we find that u and v are from different components, so like these two nodes, then we'll add an edge in the new graph between the components. So
gotcha.
And then, so that's why we add an edge from the representative node of u to the representative node of v.
And just if you go back to your drawing for a second, here in the upmost connected component, the one that you were looking at a second ago, yeah, that one with the 4 nodes. Imagine 2 of those nodes pointed out to that other green node in the one with the triangle. How would you handle not counting twice? That the representative node of the 4-person thing points to the representative node of the 3-person one. Does that make sense as a question?
Do you mean like another edge like this?
Yeah, exactly. How would you? And imagine that other edge that you pointed. Imagine it pointed to. Yeah, I guess yes. Because that means that you would add the representative node potentially twice. How would you handle that?
Okay, so if we have 2 of the same edges in this new adjacency list, then it actually won't affect our answer because our answer is just the number of nodes with an in degree of 0, which are not s. But then if we duplicate edges, then that won't change if a node has an in degree of 0 or not.
I see. So you are purposely okay with duplicating edges.
Yeah, and it's not purposely. It's just convenient to not check for duplicates.
Fair enough. Yep. Nope. Totally makes sense. Okay.
So now we have this. Now we created this new adjacency list, and what we do is now the only part left is to find the number of nodes with an in degree of 0, which are not s. So the first step, I'll just go through count number of u such that. So I only want to work with the representative. So first thing is you make sure that u is the representative of the component of its component, and then you also need to make sure that it has an. Oh, so actually, after we create the new adjacency list, let me think. So since
take your time.
Okay, so since we want the in degree of all the nodes, what will make more sense is instead of working with a new adjacency list, we actually just need to count the in degree for all of the components. So I'll just have an array here called degree. So then our code doesn't change much. What we'll do is we'll just change this part. So we add an edge in the graph from u to v, and when this happens, the in degree of v increases by 1. So I'll just replace this part with I'll add 1 to the degree of the representative node of v, like this.
Gotcha.
Okay, so now.
So for instance, in your one node here, you had in the one with the 3 nodes in it, you would suddenly have an in degree of 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
So now you want to find the number of in degree is equal to 0. So you just check that it's 0, and then after we find that count, we just and and we just need to make sure that it's not the component of S. So as long as this component does not contain S, then we'll count it, and then the count will be our answer.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I think this is a good like overview of everything. I think we can jump into the coding. We've got like roughly 15 minutes left, so yeah, let's jump into it.
Okay. So I guess I'll just write a function for this. So actually, I'll just not care about capitalization.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Just call it solve, because I don't know what to call it, and then I have a list of airports. So be a list of string. Then I also have a list of strings, which will be the routes. And lastly, I have the starting airport, which is a string.
Yep.
Okay, and then the first step, I go through the list of airports and assign each string and ID number. So to start with, I'll just find n, which is just size of list of airports, and then I also have this map to convert from each string of the airport to its ID. Then I just go to each of the airports, and then I'll set the string. I'll put an entry in the map with the string as a key and I as the value, and I will be the ID of the airport. Okay, and then I create this. Actually, I'll just do this kind of like in competitive programming. So I'll have a maximum value of n. I'll just make it something like this, and then I need to declare this adjacency array on the outside with the max value of n. So this part is still okay, and then I go through the routes. Actually, I'll just do this. So for each edge, I'll just add it into the adjacency list. So the starting node will basically I'll basically use my map to find the ID of the starting node, which is the first node of this list, and then I'll find the ID of the second node, and then this will basically add the edge.
Yep.
And then the second part is running the strongly connected components algorithm. So for this, I'll need it gives me a who array, so I'll declare this as well, and then for this algorithm, I also need a reversed adjacency list. So I'll call it RJ. And then I also need I need a stack for this. Okay, and then in the start of the algorithm, I'll create the reverse adjacency list. So basically, for each edge in the adjacency list, I'll just add it to the reverse adjacency list. I'll just swap I and j to make it reversed.
Right. Okay.
Okay, and then the algorithm consists of two parts. The first part is and I also need a Boolean array to store if I visited a node or not for the DFS that I'm going to run.
Okay.
Okay, so if this node is not visited, then I'll run DFS on it. So let me write the code for DFS1. So when I visit this node, I should set it to visited, and then what I'll do is I'll try to visit other nodes from this node. So for each other node in the adjacency list, if it's not visited already, then I'll visit it. And lastly, I need to add this node into a stack. Okay, so that's the first DFS function.
You're adding the node that you are currently doing DFS on in the stack?
Yeah, after I visit all other nodes.
Okay.
And then the second part, I basically go through the stack starting from the top of the stack. So while like the stack is not empty, look at the top of the stack, and then I'll remove it. Okay, and then so what I'm going to do here is I'll just create a new array called viz2. So this will act the same. This will have the same function as the first viz array, but then it'll be for DFS2.
Okay.
And then if it's not visited, then we'll visit it like this. And then now, remember that we need to find the who array. Like this node u here will be the representative node of the entire component. So what DFS2 will do is DFS2 will go through all nodes in u's component, and it'll set those nodes it'll set the representative nodes of all those nodes in the component. So
to you.
Yeah. Did you say something?
No, I just confirmed what you said. Yeah, to you.
Okay, great. And then be the representative. So first, since we visited, we set it to visited, and then we set the who array. So we set it to the representative. And then at this time in DFS2, we work with the reversed adjacency list. So we do pretty much the same thing. And then if v is not visited, then we'll visit it. And this time we go to node v, but then the representative is still the same. So we call dfs2 v and rep.
Is the reason that you are going through the reversed adjacency list here? I guess, like, what is that reason?
The reason is with how this algorithm for finding the components works. So, I haven't really thought about, I haven't really thought much about why this algorithm does this. But if you want me to, then I can try to find a few examples.
Let's assume for now that I trust that it works. It's just interesting, and I'm sure that there's a piece of logic that makes everything click together. But okay, let's assume that it works.
Okay, so now after this entire loop of 2 DFS, I basically found the who array for each node. So now for this problem we can just ignore the new adjacency list. We only need to work with we only want the in degree of all the nodes. So
yep,
I'll create this array called, I'll just create this degree array, and then let's see, so yeah, we go through the edges. And then what we do is we check that these two are in different components, and if they are, then we add an add edge from who of I to who of j. So the in degree of who of j increases by 1. So this will give us the in degree of all of the in degrees of all the nodes in the new graph.
Yeah, because if they don't have the same representative node, then the one that we are pointing to has an in degree. Okay. Yeah.
And then last step, we found the degree array. Now we just count the number of nodes, number of components with a 0 in degree and don't contain s. Okay, so this will be our answer. So we go through each of the nodes and first check that it's a representative node, so who of I should be itself. And then you also check that has a degree of 0. So now we make sure that it doesn't contain s. So as long as I is not equal to the who of the ID of s, and the who of ID of s, I'll just use the map to find the ID, so it's starting airport. Okay, so if all these 3 conditions are true, then that means we need to add an edge from the starting airport into this node. So we add 1 to the answer. And
can you repeat why you're doing the first condition, the who of I equals I?
Okay, so I'm basically iterating through all nodes in the original graph, like from 0 to n-1. But then what I want to do actually is to iterate through all nodes in the new graph.
Oh, the condensed graph.
Yeah, the condensed graph. So those so in order to iterate through only the nodes in the condensed graph, I make sure that the node it's representative in its own component, since each component has exactly 1 representative. So each component will be checked through exactly once.
Gotcha, I see. So this condition sort of cleverly ensures that you're only going through those representative nodes.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. So it looks like you're done here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. So before we've got like a couple minutes left on the clock, which is like kind of perfect timing. Let's see if we can just if you can walk me through all the various like code blocks and their complexity analysis.
Oh, okay. So I forgot to do that. Okay. So the first part, and by the way, for map, again, C++ map, it's basically a binary search tree. Its operations are like O of log n. Like if I want to improve the operations to constant time, I can use a hash map using an ordered. But I didn't like really care about this, since it doesn't really matter to making the solution correct. Anyway, so in order to improve the complexity, I'll just use an ordered map here. Okay, so the first part, this loop. Oh, by the way, I'll just use n as the number of airports and m as the number of routes or edges. So this is O of n. This part is O of m because we loop through m times each iteration is constant time. And then for creating the reverse adjacency list, this part is O of n plus m because we loop through, we have n iterations, so that creates the n here. And also for each we iterate through each of the edges, so each in the graph gives us constant time. And then for this DFS is O of n plus m time. This is pretty similar to a normal DFS. So what we do is, since once we visit a node, we never visit again. We visit each node exactly once. So that gives us the n in our time complexity, and the m comes from. So every time we in this loop over here where we go through the adjacency list of u, we do this exactly once for each edge. So each edge is checked exactly once. So that gives us O of m.
Yep, gotcha.
And then this part with the second DFS here is it's pretty much the same thing as the first DFS. Do I need to explain it?
This is where we get into the whatever you call the Korolaju's algorithm or something.
Actually, I'm just saying that the second DFS is structurally it's
the same as the first one. Yeah.
So time complexity is the same.
Yep.
And then for this for loop here, where we calculate the degree array, we loop for I from 0 to n, and then we also loop through all of the edges. So this part is, and each edge we loop through gives us constant time. So this part is O of n plus n. And then lastly, for counting the answer, we loop through all n nodes, and then each node is, we do a constant time check. So this part is just O of n. So in total, like if we add everything together, we get a time complexity of O of n plus n.
Yep. Cool. And let's skip the space complexity for now. Just in the t minus like 3 minutes that we are in now. Just one quick thing that I'm curious about. Here in your while loop,
yeah,
you're popping off the stack once, but then you repop off the stack. Why are you doing that second popping off the stack?
Oh, actually, the top, this function top doesn't pop off the stack. It only.
Oh, it's top.
Yeah.
Top. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was top. I misread.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Perfect. Okay, so then this makes more sense, and I think this looks great.
Yeah,
I mean,
as long as
we're out of time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, say again?
As long as I didn't like mess up my implementation for Kosaju's algorithm, then it should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna look that up, and at this point we're done with the interview. So I think for the people who are still watching here, I would encourage you to look that algorithm up. I'll probably put it on the screen somewhere. I'm gonna go look it up. I'm curious, especially like why you're doing. The reverse adjacency list. So okay, let's get into debrief if you want, like William, just since for the rest of the video. So first of all, this went a little bit over time. It went to like 48 minutes, but like this was like totally fine. I will do my best to give like feedback for whatever feedback I can give. But first of all, like this went splendidly. Like seriously, like, this is awesome. Like I said at the beginning of the video, like this is the type of question that I would either not ask in an interview because I think it's too difficult in an interview or too time consuming or both. Or if I were to ask it, I would not be expecting like perfectly written code or working code, and I would probably be expecting quite a few hints. So fantastic job from the point of view. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't expecting strongly connected components in this problem because it's actually a fairly it's pretty common in competitive programming, but it's not common enough to actually be in coding interviews. So I was kind of surprised.
It's a fairly complicated, yeah, it's like a slightly more advanced graph topic. You can solve this with a worse complexity without doing the connected components. And so I was actually like, I didn't think of the connected components solution, where I've thought about it, but I've never really like written it down. So this was like super cool to see. Because you can basically do like more DFSs to find like unreachable nodes or things like that, which give you the same answer, but are not nearly as elegant as condensing the graph, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But so, yeah, going back to just the feedback, like from the algorithmic point of view, fantastic job. Like there's probably no point of criticism that I can give you. You not only were able to solve the problem clearly optimally, but you went through it seamlessly. From a communication point of view, really great job. Like you're under pressure, you're writing a really complicated algorithm, you have to write the code. You can like I was not lost at any point in time except for my own lack of knowledge about like the Courage algorithm. So I was able to follow through what you were doing, which is like I think it is I'm commending your ability to communicate here. And then finally, as far as the code, I mean, if I want to be like really nitpicky, but really keep everybody watching and you too, William, like this is I'm trying to find constructive criticism. I would just say that in coding interviews, typically we prefer seeing a little bit more descriptiveness in like the variable naming because it helps follow through. I think this is something that like in competitive programming you tend to use like very small variable names, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true for competitive programming. But I guess like I thought since I was already like talking through what my code was doing, so I thought it was fine if I didn't use variable names which were that descriptive.
I would say it was because, like I said, I didn't typically like the reason you look for descriptive variable names is because it helps make it easier to follow. But I had no problem following here because you were communicating so well and you went through the examples so well. So yeah, I think they were all good. And also things like adjacency or degree or edge, UV, these are totally fine. Maybe who would have been like maybe there was a point of improvement. But like again, I'm really being trying to find constructive criticism. But otherwise, fantastic job. Without a doubt, strong hire from my point of view. If I were like a coding interviewer at Google still. For both an internship, like not even a question, and full-time, not even a question too. So for what it's worth, William, you have Clement Mihalescu's blessing for whatever that represents.
Yeah, I guess it means a lot if it's from an ex-Google engineer.
I mean, at this point, you're better than me at algorithms, or you certainly have like a lot more experience, or like you clearly live and breathe this stuff. So, but cool. Any last words that you want to tell the viewers or anything?
So be sure to check out my channel because I have a lot of interesting stuff about competitive programming. So if you do competitive programming, that's how you get really good at these type of problems. So yeah, check it out.
Definitely check it out. It's like awesome content and like super cool guy. Thanks so much, William.
Thank you.
So that's gonna be it for this video. I really hope that you enjoyed the interview and that you found William's performance as impressive as I did. I mean, it was absolutely insane, really incredible performance. The fact that William is so young just adds even more impressiveness to all of this. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, we filmed a second Google coding interview on his channel. Go check it out. It's a very different type of question, lots of learning potential, and show him some love. He seems like a really nice guy with a very promising future. With that, don't forget
be right back. Alright, so let's keep going. I think I'm a little bit more rested. I think I'm gonna watch videos from this guy. After I finish this section that I'm going through. So okay, this one, I have to return the index. And this is not a function, right? Oh, this is a function? No, not a function. Returns the first index at which a given element can be found in the array. Minus 1 if it is not present. So I sort it out, and now maybe just return I. It's easier. Let's see if this all wrong so why is not logging? That's strange. So if ri less than num, return I. But that's not exactly what I want. No, it is actually. So if less than, so if it is less than the number, I should return the I, which is gonna be the index. Because, for example, 1.5 should return 1 because it is greater than 1, but less than 2. No. That was 1. And then I take off this house. Okay, why is this not working? It should be working. Return value 0. But 19, well, it's bigger than 10 and less than, but it's not less than 2. This one should return 19, right? Should return 3. Let's try this one. Why I'm doing this? It was not gonna pass. Yeah. Once it has been sorted, it will look like this. But mine is not looking like this. Why is it not looking like that? That's strange. Return the lowest index at which a value second argument should be inserted into an array. Once it has been sorted, the return value should be a number. Maybe I need to do the compare thing. Let's try this out. Maybe. Now it's the correct order, but let's see if I erase this stuff here. Yeah, still the correct order. So now let me see if this works. It's weird because it doesn't say on the problem that I should sort based on actual order instead of the order with the string index, as if it was strings. The number is 19. It's bigger than 3 but it's less than 1. So why it is returning? This should return true, which is the 20. Let's try. Well, actually, I'm gonna try here. It is easier. Turn value 0. Oh, maybe it's because no, it should loop through all of them. Let me erase this. Put it like this. And now it's looping, I think. 2, 3. Turn value 2. So this is definitely the problem. Oh, I need to put an end there. That's what's wrong. And I plus 1. And no. Smaller. I think that's the problem. Let's see. I'm still everything wrong. Let's check it out here. One 30, 20, 20. What? Oh. No, it's just sorting the array. So the condition is wrong. Oh, I forgot to put I plus 1 here. See. So it's returning 1 now. Return I plus 1. It's plus or less? Minus 1 actually. No, plus 1. Once the array has been sorted, it will look like 19 is less than 20 and is greater than 5. So this returns true. So oh, should be working. Now at least there are more other ones that are working as well. Let's see this one. How much this should return? It's probably because there's 3 numbers that are the same. 10, 10. This one also doesn't return the number. Maybe the compare function is wrong. I should return 0. Yeah, what happens if a number 3 is bigger than 5? What happens is if it is the first number? Return I plus 1. Maybe I need to put the sort function inside of the loop and then compare for I and no. R, I, and M. Yeah, I think that makes sense actually. Actually, let me comment this out. And let's try this. But I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Well, actually no, because then it's gonna reorganize the thing. Yeah, that's not what I want. I want to return the index. Oh, that's it. Return the lowest index at which a value should be inserted into an array. Oh, I think I got it now. I don't think I need these 2 conditions. I just think I just need this one actually. If number is bigger than R, oh no, but it has to be smaller than the previous one. Or if number is smaller. Then return I. Let's see if this passes. Oh, no. couple of them are alright. Oh, we just need to put one condition for the first number. And what if the number is 5? No, I guess this is right. Turn the value 3 because it's gonna go here. Let's see. Which one? 5, 3, 23. Should return 2. Also, if it is equal, oh, but this kind of doesn't make sense, true? Because it's looping through. Yeah, I think it actually does make sense. Turn I minus 1. And in case R R0 is equal or smaller than 1. Return 0. So let's go. So if the first number is equal or bigger than number, it returns 0, the index 0. If the number is equal to number, it returns minus index. I should put this one first, actually. This condition before this one. Let's see if this passes. Oh, almost. I'm making progress. Yeah, I should put this one before this one. Let's see if this makes any difference. So these ones are still not returning 0. Should return 2. Return 2, return 0, return 2. Yeah, that's another case, right? What if number is never smaller than the number it gives? And then I return the last item. Return I again. maybe else. Let's see if that takes care. No. I want to put if all these conditions are false. What do I do? Maybe just put outside of this loop. The index of method returns the first index of which a given element can be found. It is not going to work. So I want to find out what's the last element of the array. I think I'm gonna open this channel in this browser so it's more clean on the other one. It's cleaner. That's a word. I want to find the index of last index of makes sense. No, but it's just for a specific number or value. The index at which to start searching backwards. Default to the array length -1. Array researched. Maybe array length returns. Let me take this off. Let me delete this. Ooh, almost. But this seems to work. So one case is when it's 0, and the other two cases are weird. So here should return to true. 0, 1, true. And why is not doing that? If the other ones were working. I think I want to search this. I'm gonna look at it. It's raining here. Okay. Number 2. Turn value 0. Oh, it's because it's equal. That's a problem. But I thought this condition would catch it. Oh, but this is for the first only. So how can I solve this? Oh, I think this is twisted, I think. Yeah, because I changed the one, but I didn't change the return. Hopefully this will work. Okay, now that one is gone. No. It's still not working. Should return true, should return true. Oh, because they are the same, right? And 35. 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2. It's the same problem when the number is equal. It's returning the index minus 1. If the number is bigger, it returns I. If the number is smaller, returns I. So maybe bigger then. The number is bigger. That's this. Now there's a bunch of them wrong. Yeah, because sometimes the number is never. No, it is bigger. And it's the first element on the 40, 60, 50 here. So 50 is bigger than 40, and then returns minus 1. That's the problem. So yeah, I don't think this is the way. Let's go back to this way. So the number is equal. Can I put another condition there? And returns the value 1. And it's supposed to return true. So if it's smaller, it stops. And it returns I. So if you have a big number, a bigger number than any of them. Let's think. Like this. Oh, it is working, this one. So 15 is not equal. Oh, then it goes out of the loop and returns the length. Which I think is kind of a hack, but there's probably a better way to do this. So when the number is bigger than any, it goes out of the loop. And I have the condition for when the first number is bigger or equal, should return 0. So maybe when this happens I should return only I, but I feel like that's not gonna work. Let's try it. Yes, there we go. Yeah, I think there's no... Oh yeah, I need to look for the solution zone. That one. This guy has a thing for each.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to do an exercise called Where Do I Belong? We want to return the lowest...
I wonder until when did he do it? Maybe he did it for the whole thing. Until Python and all this, the other stuff. Ruby counts. God damn. He did the whole thing. Hashing your passwords, advanced nodes, and express. I wonder when it starts to become actually practical. Probably pretty soon, I imagine. You already start building stuff. The project's part. The first thing to do is sort the array from large to bigger, just to make the code easier. This is where sort comes in. It needs a callback function, so I have to create it. Once the array is sorted, then just check for the first number that is bigger and return index. There's no index for the number, then we have to deal with that case too. So let's see how they do it. Yeah, they use the same. Then a loop. If it's bigger or equals, return our length. Also, I didn't even need to put the condition for the first number. One explanation. First I saw it the way, yeah. It's the same thing that I did, basically. Basically the same thing, sure. I imagine it's going to be the same. This one's a little bit different. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to look for the through the other ones. How many do I have left? Let's go back. Not too late. It's probably 2 more, and then this part of the challenges are done.
Index at which a value, the second argument, should be inserted into the array, the first argument, once it has been sorted. The return value should be a number. For example, get index to int 1, 2, 3, 4, and then here they've got 1.5. Should return 1 because it is greater than 1. Index at 0, but less than 2. Index at 1. Likewise, get index to ins 23 and 5 should return 2. 0, 1, 2. I see. Because once the array has been sorted, it will look like this. 3, 5, 20, and 19 is less than 20 and greater than 5. Remember to use research ask. So, okay, cool. This one, 35, should probably go right here because it's in between 30 and 40. 0, 1, 2, 3. It should return position 3. 35 here, it should return a number. Okay, we've already got that one. Here we've got 30, 0, 1, 2. It should return there. Okay, sweet. So the first thing that we want to do is just sort the array. So we go...
I'm not quite sure. If I haven't, I will. No. Oh yeah, I subscribed. So maybe I should watch here.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to do an exercise called Where Do I Belong? We want to return the lowest index at which a value, the second argument, should be inserted into the array, the first argument, once it has been sorted. The return value should be a number. For example, get index to int 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not, actually. I'm not sure.
We're going to let sorted array equal to array.sort. And then let's console.log this guy so that we can see what we're working with, 50. So instead of returning 50, let's just return the array. Now, it's already 40, 60, but what happens if we throw 10 in here? Cool, so now we're working with a sorted array. And then we're going to say, well, let's say with the sorted array, let's say we're going to let I. What I'm going to do now is iterate through the array and find the position at which it would fit the best. So I is less than the array, the sorted array dot length, and then I plus equals 1. So now we're iterating through the array, and we'll say if
I don't know if it's my impression, but I think this for loop is the one thing that's used the most.
Our number
by now
is greater than the array at position I minus 1, and our number is less than our array at position I, then we want to return I. And so this guy should give us well, let's work with this guy because this one is one that we know that needs to return 3 to get the right answer. Cool, so we've got 3 on the right one. And if we were to say type of, we can see it's returning a number, which is good. I wonder what happens if we want one that doesn't have one. It should return 0. Oh, if there is, it should return a number. So if there's nothing there, we should just return 0. So that would make it so that this test would pass if we were to throw this guy in here. 0, cool. This guy should return 3. Anyways, I think that this will pass the test. Oh, right, sweet. So we've got some that don't work. Now this one should return 2, but it's not returning.
Right back. Alright, I'm back.
2. So let's throw this guy in here and see what's happening. It's returning 0. So here we've got 0, 10, 20, 30. Well, with this guy, we should return 2. 0, 1, 2. So it should be in position of 2. So that means like if the number is greater than or equal to array 1. No, maybe greater than or equal to this guy. Then we got 2. So what we're doing with this one is we're passing in the number 30. We're saying, is it...
Oh, we did the same way.
Is 30 greater than this number? No. Okay, we move on to the next one. Is 30 greater than this one? No. Is 30 greater than this number? No. Is 30... Oh, is 30 less than or equal to this number? Yes. And is it greater than this number? Yes. And so therefore we return 2. And I think this will pass the test. All right, so we still have some edge cases that we're not dealing with properly. So let's take this guy, get this to ends, throw this guy in here. Now 5, 3, 20, and 3. 5, 3, 20, and 3, 3. That should return 2, but it's returning 3. Should return a number. Well, what happens if we console.log the sorted array? Oh, weird. Our sort didn't work properly. Yeah, we'll just use this function. Okay, so now when we're sorting the array, we're doing it properly. We're going array.sort with function A and B, and what we're doing is we're sorting if A minus B, then we return them that way. So this is just a very common way of sorting in JavaScript. And I think if we run the tests now, that'll pass. Okay, we still have one that's not working. This one should return 3. But when we throw it in there, we get 0. Why is that? 15. It should return 0. Oh, okay, so we're not dealing with the edge case in which we're at the end of the array.
Okay.
Sorted array dot length. I guess what we could do is just do something like if the sorted array at the position of sorted array dot length minus 1 is less than the number, then we just want to return sorted array dot length. And then we'll be returning that. So this is just another conditional statement saying if the last number of the sorted array is less than the number that we passed in, then we know that the place to position it is at the end because I've sorted it, and then that last position is 10. 15 is greater than 10, so we know that it needs to just go at the end of the array.
I'm gonna keep this
yeah, if we run the test, I think that'll pass.
Open.
Cool. So first off, what we're doing is sorting the array, and we're doing it based on...
maybe not. It's probably gonna be the first one to come up when I search for the other ones. Return true if the string in the first element of the array contains all of the letters of the string in the second element of the array. Return true if the string in the first element string in the first element contains all of the letters of the string in the second element. This one. For example, should return true because all of the letters in the second string are present in the first. In our case, the argument hello hey should return false. That's the alien line should return true because all of the letters in line are present in alien. So I need to check for the words first and see if they match. So I'll go on a loop on the first element. Oh, so this is an array. I need to a nested loop. No. Let's think about this. I can split this. I can split the first word into the first element into letters. And then I can loop through the array to maybe I can split both into letters. Let's see what this does. R.split's not a function. Splice. Okay, now back to looking at the string things. String methods. Slice and splice. Split here. License place. No. What's the name of the other method there? I forgot. Caret. This one should be good. To look at also. Includes also. Not gonna look at. The match, I don't think it's gonna work because I have to look for each letter. And the match is only gonna work if I want the pattern of the whole word. Slice. No, slice already open up. And there's some other command that I forgot. Anyway. The slice method extracts a section of a string and returns it as a new string without modifying the original string. Yeah, but this is for strings, right? I'm not dealing with a string, I'm dealing with an array. So I need a for loop, I think. Divides the string into an ordered list of substrings. Puts the substrings into an array and turns the array. Wasn't it splice or something like that? There's no splice here. In a way of strings, split at each point where the separator occurs in the given string. In found, separator to 0 of a string. Some strings are returned in an array. I can't remember if it's splice or splice. Splice. It's for arrays. Splice method to change the content of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding new elements in place. So I should splice them, I think. What should return this? Oh, it's true or false. Return true if the string in the first element of the array contains all of the letters of the second string in the second element of the array. Index 0. So it's 1, 0. Maybe I should just pop. For R0. Oh, I'm gonna turn on the lights, I think. It's getting dark. So what I want to do is take the first one out of the array. But that doesn't make much sense actually, because then I'm gonna have to compare an array with a string. So maybe I just do a nested for loop, and iterate through the through the first string. R equal 0. For okay, so far so good. And this should loop to the words in the first string. And now I want to check if the letters of the second string are on the first string. Maybe we should loop through both of them. instead. And maybe I will just do like this. And then I see if it matches. But I need to check for each situation. So I'm gonna do this. What's condition? Oh, I think I need to loop only through the first one. The thing is, I need to check for all of them. So I need another loop. That's why I feel like this is not the best way. So what do I want to do? Checks the section of the string, returns it as a new string without modifying the original string. Maybe a simple regex works actually. The regexp accepts an object as an argument. Where is that thing? Here. So I'm gonna comment this for now. Actually, I didn't do anything. There's a pattern here. Oh. And I actually. Oh, actually, I don't need this first one. I just put R1 here. This should work, I think. Return the and console.log this insert AG. So this doesn't match. Test not something like this. Where's the dot tests here? So it's the regex dot test and the string. Now I think it works. Let's see. A bunch of them. All of them wrong. God damn. Should return false. That's why it's returning true. Oh, I'm returning test, not. But it's still returning true. The test. Let's see if at least some of them are right. Yeah, now a bunch of them are right. So some of them are returning false. Let's see what this does. It's matching for date and gives it true. I don't understand the regex behind this. Shouldn't return all, only if all words were contained in there. I think I'm just gonna search this on DuckDuckGo. And I'm gonna close this one. String objects caret method returns a new string consisting of the single depth 16 code unit located at the specific offset into the string. No, not what I want. The includes method determines whether one string may be found within another string, returning true or false as appropriate. I guess that's the method I need to use. Sentence dot includes word. So let me comment this out. Let's try the other way. So is the first is the string, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work because it's not true string, it's the array. So is the first array dot includes, which is the sentence I'm checking, and second array. And now I need to put a variable, to assign a variable to that, probably. Or maybe return that already. The includes method is case sensitive. For example, the following expression returns false. So it's case sensitive. That's a problem. How can I make not case sensitive? I can make them both lowercase. That's one way, I think. Let's see if this works. A bunch of them. Should it turn true? No, that's weird because well, I guess it's the exact string that's matching for. That's why it's not working. So okay, let's forget about this method here. This method has been added to this name. Specification may not be available in all JavaScript implementations. However, you can easily polyfill this method. If string.prototype includes function search start, use strict. If search instance of regexp throw type first argument must not be a variable. If start equals undefined, start equals 0. Turn this index of search start. Yeah, I don't think that's what I want. Regular expression function strings anywhere in input. Using the M modifier, which ensures the beginning and meta characters match on line breaks rather than at the very beginning and the end of the string. That's not what I want. Just search multiple strings. Match I don't think is gonna work also, because it's not necessarily asking to match both of them. I think match only matches if they are equal. The match method returns the result of matching a string against a regular expression. But I wonder if it matches all of them, regardless of the order. If you need to know if a string matches a regular expression, it's very fast. When the first match found, you might want to use execute instead. Let me go back to this. I'm sure there's a way to do it with include, but includes. But I think I'm gonna solve it this way. And then later I see if it what happens there. So the true statements are right and the false ones are not. Maybe it's just the matter of the if. Let me delete this. No. So that's not the problem. So the problem is on the rejects. Now let's see what this code does on the Python tutor, but I think it's not gonna help me that much, but I'm kinda curious to see. Yeah. It's returning true on this one. It should be returning false. Let me take the G out of here, see what happens. I should console log this. Easier than running the test all the time. So this should be false. Now if I did this here, it's still true. Yeah, now there we go. I think now it works. Let's see. Now the false ones are working. So it's something about the way I'm doing this, because there's no connection between them. Maybe the other way around. 0 and here 1. Now it turns false. Turns true when it's supposed to return false. New regexp method. New regexp JavaScript. I think I'll be right back.
Precisa aceitar cartão de crédito e boleto na sua loja online? Cadastre-se no Pagar.me.
Nova linha de misturas para pães do seu forno da Vicky Bold. Prático e do seu jeito.
This is part 50 of JavaScript tutorial. In this video,
Right back. I'm back.
We'll discuss regular expression object in JavaScript. There are two ways to create a regular expression in JavaScript. One of the ways is by using regular expression literal. All the examples that we have discussed so far in this video series, we have used regular expression literal to create a regular expression. This is the preferred approach because regular expressions created using regular expression literal are compiled automatically as soon as the script is loaded. So from a performance perspective, use this approach if you know the regular expression will not change during the course of your program execution. Let's look at an example. So here we have got a string with 4 numbers within it. Now what we want to do is replace all those numbers with XXX. So we need a regular expression for that. So let's create a variable. And now we are going to create a regular expression using regular expression literal \d+. So this regular expression is going to find any number in a given string. Now we want to replace all the numbers in the string. So we want to do a global search. Let's use a global modifier. So here we have a regular expression that's created using regular expression.
Let's skip this. I don't think it's gonna
reload the page. Now notice that the example didn't work. Why is the modifier set or not? Similarly, there's another property called ignore case. This is going to return true if the case insensitive flag is set, otherwise false. Notice that now to return null. Test method, this method also tests for a match, but it returns a boolean value. It returns true if a match is found, otherwise false. ToString method, this method returns the string value of the regular expression. So let's look at an example of using execute method. So this string right here has got 4 numbers within it, right? So let's go ahead and use the execute method. So what is execute method going to do? It's going to return the first match. So we have the regular expression object. I'm going to call execute method on that, and to the execute method we pass our input string, which is present in this variable. And whatever value we get, let's write that to the document object. So let's load the page. Notice that we get the first number max. So basically this one looks for a number, and within the string the first number is this one. That's what we get. Now if you want to retrieve all the matches and you want to use execute method, then in that case you will have to call the execute method repeatedly with a global flag. So here we already have the global flag set. Case insensitive flag is not applicable for this example, so let's get rid of that. Now what I'm going to do is call the execute method repeatedly. First let's create a variable to hold the result, and I'm going to use a while loop. While result equals, we're going to call the execute method, and whatever result we get we're going to store that in this. And then I'm going to check if it's not equal to null. So until a match is not found, until we get null, call the execute method on the regular expression object repeatedly. And then whatever result we get back, we are going to write that to the document. So result, what we actually get back is an array. So whatever value we have at array index position 0, write it to the web page, and also append an HTML break. Now execute method returns an array. Let's actually look at that array in action. So let's run this in debug mode. Let's throw in a breakpoint here, and let's debug this using Internet Explorer. So let's browse with Internet Explorer. Let's set that as the default, and then run the application in debug mode.
I'll be right back.
So now, so the execute method is executed. So if I hover the mouse over result variable, look at what we get back. We actually get an array back, and within that array, in the 0th location, we have the number, right? And that's what we want. That's the reason why we have indexed that with 0. So if I press, let's remove the breakpoint and press F5, we should get. Now test method returns true or false depending on the string. Now what I'm going to do is document.write.
Maybe this is the problem. Let's test this. So I'm testing the 0 on the array. It's the other way around. Yeah, but I don't think it matters that much. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Maybe I should just turn the array into 2 different strings. Put a comma on this. Doesn't work. Let's look at the documentation. The type right, yeah. Maybe I need to make it equal another variable. Maybe this works. Okay. So now I have 2 words. What if I do slice? Slice for is for arrays. Let's look at the string again. It's strings. includes strong concat fixed slice. Maybe this is already enough actually. But seeing R1 as the two strings. I want to separate them. Maybe if I do this now, we're talking, I think. Like this. So I transformed the first letter into a string. Now I want to see if they are array. So this letter, I'm checking for the pattern on this letter. Maybe it's the other way around. I'll transform this into the string. Let's see if this works. No. So I'm checking for this pattern on the 0 string. Maybe if I just delete this. Zebra. What? No, so it's returning the words. Let's see if like this returns the words. So the first one I should turn into a string, correct? Turn true if the string in the first element of the array contains all of the letters of this string in the second element of the array. And some of them are returning me the words. I'm testing the string. I'm making the string a regex. And then I'm typing that rejects test the first element. It's the other way around, no? Isn't? Here's one, I think. So the first element becomes a string, and it becomes the regex.
Numbers. So if the string contains numbers, this test method should return true, otherwise false, because this regular expression looks for a number, right? So since this string contains 4 numbers, test method
Maybe I should do the split then. And then loop through the string. Loop through the other array. Oh, but if I took this out, then it's gonna be 0 here. Because I took one of them out, right? Let me see. Oh no, still the same. I didn't change. So I think instead of doing this, I'm gonna split the string that I just made. And then I'm gonna do this nested for loop here. Why is not working? Divides the string into an ordered list of substrings. Puts the strings into an array. And returns the array. I need to put another variable here. Now I want to do okay, so I have the first string there. Now I'm gonna loop for the elements and see if it matches. Maybe I don't even need this nested for loop, just need the first loop. Yeah, but anyway. So how can I match? Maybe. And what would be the variable here? Not read property 0 of undefined. So this is wrong. Probably this. Like this. I keep forgetting to put these things here. Test equals this string search. So I'm looping through each character of the second string and then testing. I think this is correct. Okay, so the first one, this one creates a regex based on the letter. Then it tests if this regex is on the string there. If it is true, returns true, or else returns false. Maybe I should put this outside of the jack thing. Oh, but how is it gonna keep track? Of each letter. That's the issue here. Because if I have a couple of letters that match but one that doesn't, it's only gonna get the last one. Then it's gonna stop. Maybe if test equals false, then return false, and then I put return true outside of the loop. Like this. So the loops should check if there's one false. If there is false, it stops. If there isn't, it returns true. So why is returning the string there? Oh, I need to take this console output off. Okay. That's it. No, now it makes more sense. So it must be here the problem. Almost. Only one. Only one. Let's see what this code is doing. So why it's not returning? Don't understand where is the hey block there. Maybe it's Jack plus 1, J plus 1. Should solve it. Minus 1 actually. No, bunch false. Oh yeah, because then it fucks up the other ones. And this one is still wrong. So let's think about this. So why is this correct? Why is this not returning? Block 3. Or is the outer loop that's plus 1? Supposed to be plus 1. It's not running the ZS loop. Why does the other ones work then? It's kind of crazy. Okay, that's the only one that has. Oh, but this one is working. It's returning true. But it contains all the words. The only one is the last word. and it doesn't contain. So how can I make an exception for this? Maybe I can put it outside of the loop. I can put it here maybe. Or on that length maybe. On the last object. How can I ask this? Now this is definitely wrong, but yeah. It's not less index off because for that I will need the value. So why is it stopping on the last one? That's what I don't understand. Maybe less than or equal. I'm gonna try that one. I think it's like this. Let's try. Still this one. So annoying. Just one thing. Just one thing. Maybe if I put it here too. Still doesn't work. Oh, it's array 0 here, maybe. The outer loop should be array 0. Or R1 actually. I think I might be doing the other way around. No, the inside loop should be array 1. The outside loop should be array 0. Array 1 actually. Maybe like this. Because the outer loop is, I want to loop through the word and check if it contains the rejects. Which is the letter. Yeah, it's the letter on the array. No, let's see. Still the same thing. Maybe I'll do it the other way around. And do a R1 in the rejects. Oh, but then it's too big. That should be letter by letter. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I think I'm just gonna look at the solution. And I'll probably stop now and watch a video. Yeah, I think I will stop. I'll look the solution, then I'll stop, then I'll watch a video. This video here. And then I'm done for today. Because I'm too tired already, so not worth it to keep going. No, pop is... That's not what I want. R.length -1. Feels like I'm always almost there. That's what's on my... Yeah, but can't think anymore. Too tired to think. 9.5 hours already.
should return true. So let's save the changes. Reload this page. So string contain
Let's see
numbers,
what the
it
guy
returns
did
true. So here we have constructed a regular expression using the constructor
solution
function.
I'm doing
Now
it's too complicated, but return true if the string in the first element of the array contains all of the letters. The first string, yeah. Hint, if everything is lowercase, it will be easier to compare. Oh, that's that also, right? Our strings might be easier to work with if they were arrays of characters. That's another way that I thought about doing. A loop might help. We use index of to check if the letter of the second word is on the first. Oh, it uses index of. So creates the lowercase on both of them. And target dot index of test I. A lot more simple than I was trying to do. Oh yeah, because if it doesn't, it isn't, it's minus one. Basically did if array 0 dot index of array 1. Because it gives, if it gives minus 1, it means that it's not there. I didn't even think about that. I spent a bunch of time. Oh, only one more to finish. The thing is, it's sad because I wanted to know how to do it on the other way, but I'm not gonna spend more time thinking about it. Two lowercase, then use a split. We have the second string lowercase and turn it into an array. Then make sure every one of its letters is a part of the lowercase first string. I will basically give you letter by letter to compare, which you do by using index of on the first string. Index of will give you minus 1 if the current letter is missing. We check that not to be the case for if this happens even once every will be false. Similar logic to the other one. Same thing basically, this one. No, he uses include here. If I bigger than test name, now creates a whole function there. Whole function here. Okay. Let's see how time it is now.
Hello friends, welcome back. Today we're going to look at mutations. Return true if the string in the first element of the array contains all the letters of the string in the second element of the array. For example, hello and hello should return true because all the letters in the second string are present in the first, ignoring case. The arguments hello and hey should return false because the string hello does not contain a y. Lastly, alien should return true because all of the letters in line are present in alien, L-I-N-E. Okay, so we want to do read, search, ask if you get stuck. So hello and hey should return false. Okay, so I think the way that we could do this is that we could just go through the second element of the array. So array at position 1. This is equal to the, let's call that the second element, right? And then we say second, okay, so for, let's let I equal 0. I is less than second element dot length. I plus equals 1. So now we've got the second element. The second element is equal to hey here, right? And so we're going through each one. And so we should say, is second element. We're going through each letter. So the second
Maybe
element
I'm overthinking this
at position I is equal to letters. And so we say if the letter index of
That's why I'm in trouble.
First element, which is array at position 0, is equal to -1, we return false. And if that never happens, we return true. So basically we're going through each letter, and we want to make a down case. Lower case all letters in JavaScript string. To lowercase, yeah. Then letter.
Even he looks up
let's just put like
things.
.2 lowercase, and then index of .2 lowercase. And then let's console log this, the mutation. And so now we are getting false. So, but this one, hey, okay, this is right because hey has a y in it and there's no h in there. What happens if we search it out for hello and hello? This should return true, but that's not working. Okay, so let's console.log the letter. Second element dot length. Okay, so letter is equal to h. And what if we go array at position 0 .2 lowercase? Oh, and we want to console.log that. Hello. Okay, so then what if we were to say letter dot index of array position 0 to lowercase? But that doesn't make any sense, right? Because console.log, if we were to console.log the array at position 0 to lowercase, hello. The letter is h. Oh, maybe we need to switch it around. So make this letter and this guy that. Lowercase dot index of. So let's say second element, and then let's make this guy first element. And then you know what we could do is instead of doing it like that, we can just make both of these .2 lowercase. So then immediately we're just dealing with all lowercase letters. If we were to console.log the letter, we're going through each letter. And then if we were to go second element, we're going to get hello, 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 true. Okay, cool. And now because this never turns out to be true, we've gone through each letter in here. The lowercase h, is it in here? Yes. Okay, so we skip this. Lowercase e, is it in here? Yes. So we skip this. The lowercase l, is it? Yes, we skip. And so therefore, at the end of it, we know that all of the elements in this are in here somewhere. So if we run the tests, I think it passes. Cool. It didn't work all the way. Mary and army should return true. Let's console.log the first element. And let's console.log the second element. And let's go Mary and army. Mary, army, false. This should return true, but it's returning false. That's weird. Well, let's console.log the letter when we're getting it wrong. M. Well, here we should do second element instead of that. So we're not. There we go. That was what it was. Okay, so what was happening was I was using the array at position 0, which is pulling in the original Mary. But what I need to do is use the second element, which it lowercases all of the letters, because in the second element I've set the position to lowercase. And so therefore we're managing the case more efficiently. So let's get rid of all these console logs. And so we're returning true for when it's Mary and Army, and that's what we want. So if we run the test, it'll pass. Oh well, we didn't get them all. Voodoo should return false.
I struggle.
If the second element is the index of letter. Let's console.log the letter. And we need to use the proper one. Let's use this voodoo and no. This should return false, but it seems to be returning true for some reason. True. Okay, cool. So now instead of console logging the letter here, let's console.log the letter here. And oh, so now why would letter? And then what about second element? Oh, okay, so I've got second element here. This needs to be first element. There we go. So what I was doing was just comparing it to itself, and I was probably just getting true all the time. So let's run the test and see if they pass. Okay, so once again, what are we doing? How does this work? First off, case only matters in so much that we want to make it so it doesn't matter. So we could make both of the elements, both this one and this one, all lowercase letters, and therefore we're not dealing with case anymore. So then once we do the first element and the second element, what we have to do is we're going to go through each letter in the second element and test to see if it's included in this one. So we create a loop where we go through, and then our first letter is set to n. So we can actually get rid of this lowercase here. So our second element at I is equal to n. If the letter of n has an index of -1 on the first element, meaning there is no n in here, then we return false. That means we couldn't find the n in here, and therefore we return false. And then if we go through each element of the second element and we don't find anything and we never return false, then we just return true. And we took out that extra bit of code there just to refactor. If I run the test, it still passes. Let's go through it, perhaps with this one. Floor and 4. This one should return true. Okay, so this one returns true, right? It goes, first off, it checks F. F is there, so we don't return false. O is there, so we don't return false. And then R is there, so we don't return false. And then once the loop is completed, we know all the letters are within here, we return true. Okay, cool. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, and we'll see you in the next lesson.
All right, let's watch this video.
It may be surprising, but in my opinion, the most important concept and feature of the JavaScript language to understand is execution context. The reason for that is because if you have a good understanding of the JavaScript execution context, you'll have a much easier time understanding some more advanced topics like hoisting, scopes, scope chains, and closures. So with that in mind, what exactly is an execution context? Well, to better understand it, let's first take a look at how we write software. One strategy for writing software is to break our code up into separate pieces. These pieces have a few different names. We can call them functions, modules, packages, but they all exist for a single purpose, to break apart and manage the complexity in our applications. So here what we have on this left side is some code. And then on this right side, what I've done is I've broken this code into different pieces. In this case, I've broken them into functions. So we can see here that the right side is a little bit easier to read and to comprehend than this left side, only by breaking some of the functionality up into different functions. Now, instead of thinking like someone authoring the code, instead of thinking like someone writing the code, think in terms of the JavaScript engine whose job it is to interpret code. Can we use this same strategy of separating code into pieces to manage the complexity of interpreting code just like we did in order to write it? Turns out we can, and these pieces are called execution contexts. So just like functions or modules or packages allow you to manage the complexity of writing code, execution contexts allow the JavaScript engine to manage the complexity of interpreting and running your code. So what I've done in order to allow us to see the different execution contexts that get created is I've created this tool called JavaScript Visualizer, which, as it says here, is a tool for visualizing execution context, hoisting closures, and scopes in JavaScript. So the first execution context that gets created when the JavaScript engine runs your code is called the global execution context. And you'll notice here, even without any code over here on the left, we still get a global execution context. Initially, this execution context will consist of two things, as you can see here. We have a global object, which in the browser is the window object. If you're running JavaScript in a node environment, it's going to be called global. And then we also have this object, which in the global execution context just points to the window object. So again, even if your program doesn't have any code inside of it, the JavaScript engine is still going to create a global execution context. And inside of that, we'll have two properties, window, which will just point to the global object, and this, which will point to the window object. So now let's actually add some code to our program so we can see how the global execution context will change when we have some code. So what I'm going to do is create a few variables here. We'll say name and handle. And then I'm going to create a function declaration that's called getUser, which will return us an object. We'll just say name, and then handle is going to be handle. All right, so the first step we take, you'll notice a few different things over here. The first thing is we are in the creation phase. Each execution context is going to have two phases, the creation phase, and then later on a phase that's the execution phase. So in the creation phase, what happens is you'll notice that we have our window object here. We have that global object that's created for us. We also have this object that's created for us. And these two are going to happen no matter what, as we saw earlier when we didn't have any code. And then the next thing that happens is all of the variable declarations are assigned a value of undefined, and the function declaration is put entirely into memory. So in the creation phase, of the global execution context, 4 things happen. We create a global object, we create an object called this, we set up memory space for variables and functions, and then we assign variable declarations a default value of undefined while placing any functions directly in memory, as we see here. So then, when we take another step, the creation phase is now over, and now it's time for the execution phase. This is the phase where JavaScript starts executing your code line by line. So you'll see here we have a variable declaration. As we step through this, now after line 1 has run, in memory, instead of name being undefined, name is now Tyler. So we can keep doing this. Handle is now going to be the string Tyler McGinnis. And then our program is over because it has finished executing. So now as a little test, what I'm going to do is open up the console, and then we are going to run this code. And the question I have is, what are these lines going to log? You'll notice here that we are console logging before we declare any of the variables here. So based on what you know about the global execution context, in its 2 phases, the creation phase as well as the execution phase, what are we going to get in the console? Well, if we run this, you'll notice that we get name is undefined, handle is also undefined, and then get user is just referencing the function in memory. And again, the reason for that is because as soon as we're in the creation phase, all of the variable declarations are assigned a default value of undefined, and the function declaration is put into memory. So then when we enter the execution phase and we start running these lines, at this moment, name is undefined, so we get undefined, handle is undefined, so we get undefined, and get user is just sitting in memory because it's a function declaration, so we get the function itself. Now this brings us to one of the very first topics that sometimes is seen as being a little bit advanced, but now that we have a good understanding of the global execution context, it's pretty straightforward. So remember when, during the creation phase of the execution context, we said that any variable declarations are assigned a default value of undefined? Well, that term in JavaScript is called hoisting. The thing that's confusing about hoisting is that nothing is actually hoisted or moved around. All hoisting is it's the process of assigning a variable declaration a default value of undefined during the creation phase. That's really all it is. So at this point, you should be fairly comfortable with the global execution context and its 2 phases, the creation phase as well as the execution phase. And the good news is there's only one other execution context you need to learn, and it's almost exactly identical to the global execution context. And it's called the function execution context, and it's created whenever a function is invoked. So this is important. The only time an execution context is created is first when the JavaScript engine starts interpreting your code. That's the global execution context. And then after that, whenever a function is invoked. So now the main thing we need to figure out is what's the difference between the global execution context and the function execution context. So if you remember, we had a list of everything that the creation phase in the global execution context did. It was this right here. We said it creates a global object. It creates an object called this, sets up memory space for variables and functions, and then it assigns variable declarations a default value of undefined while placing any function declarations in memory, aka hoisting. So can you think of anything on this list that makes sense for when the global execution context is created, but doesn't necessarily make sense for when a function execution context is created? It's probably this one right here. It makes sense to create a global object the very first time the global execution context is created, which is only one time in your entire program, but it doesn't make sense to make a global object whenever a function is invoked. So the only difference between the global execution context and a function execution context is instead of creating a global variable, a function execution context is going to create an arguments object, right? Because when you invoke a function, that function can receive any arguments. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, you'll know that we could do something like this, where if we log arguments, arguments is going to be an array-like object inside of this function. So arguments is literally a keyword in JavaScript that is an array-like object for all of the arguments that you're passing to the function. So we can actually see this ourselves. Let's go ahead and go back to the code that we had earlier. And now instead of just defining the function, let's actually go ahead and invoke it as well, and we'll see what happens. So notice first we're in the global execution context in the creation phase. So hoisting is happening here. We define or we set all of those variable declarations to undefined. And then we start executing the program as we saw earlier. But now notice when we invoke this function, notice that we have a brand new execution context here. And inside of that, before we ever start executing the code, aka when we are in the creation phase, we already have 2 things. We have an arguments object. In this case, it's just empty, so it has a length of 0. And then we have a this object, which in this case also points to the window. So just as we saw in the creation phase of the global execution context, 2 things were created for us, except this time, instead of a window object, we have an arguments object, and then we still have this. And because getUser doesn't have any variables, the JavaScript engine doesn't need to set up any memory space or hoist any of those variable declarations, aka when we are in the function can receive any arguments. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, you'll know that we could do something like this, where if we log arguments, arguments is going to be an array-like object inside of this function. So arguments is literally a keyword in JavaScript that is an array-like object for all of the arguments that you're passing to the function. So we can actually see this ourselves. Let's go ahead and go back to the code that we had earlier. And now instead of just defining the function, let's actually go ahead and invoke it as well, and we'll see what happens. So notice first we're in the global execution context in the creation phase. So hoisting is happening here. We define or we set all of those variable declarations to undefined. And then we start executing the program as we saw earlier. But now notice when we invoke this function, notice that we have a brand new execution context here. And inside of that, before we ever start executing the code, aka when we are in the creation phase, we already have two things. We have an arguments object. In this case, it's just empty, so it has a length of 0. And then we have a this object, which in this case also points to the window. So just as we saw in the creation phase of the global execution context, two things were created for us, except this time, instead of a window object, we have an arguments object, and then we still have this. And because getUser doesn't have any variables, the JavaScript engine doesn't need to set up any memory space or hoist any of those variable declarations. So once we finish stepping through this, you'll also notice that after getUser is finished executing, notice it's removed from the UI over here. And this brings us to the topic of an execution stack. So the way it works is anytime a function is invoked, a new execution context is created and added to the execution stack. Whenever a function is finished running through both the creation phase and the execution phase, it gets popped off the execution stack as we just barely saw. Because JavaScript is single-threaded, meaning only one task can be executed at a time, this is pretty simple to visualize. So what I've done is created 3 different functions, A, B, and C. They're all nested inside of one another. So first, we are on the global execution context, and then we go into the execution context of the A function. Let's open up the console here so we can see this as well. So then in function A is going to be logged. And then when B is invoked, we get a new execution context on the execution stack. We log in function B. Then when C is invoked, we get another one. So now we're in function C. And then once C is finished executing, the execution context is removed from the execution stack. Same thing for B, and then same thing for A. So at this point, we've seen how function invocations create their own execution context, which get placed on the execution stack. But what we haven't talked about yet is how local variables play into that. So let's change up our code just a little bit so that our functions now have some local variables. So here, our code is pretty much the same, but now we have this local variable Twitter URL inside of our getURL function that we just barely created. And so now let's see how JavaScript Visualizer is going to visualize this. So as we step through this, notice same thing, creation phase, global execution context, all of the variables are undefined. And then eventually we get into the execution context of getURL. And you'll notice in the creation phase of the getURL execution context, we have arguments, which we've talked about. We have this, which we've also talked about. But now Twitter URL, which is the local variable inside of the getURL function, is hoisted to a value or assigned a default value of undefined, just as our variable declarations up here were as well. But one other thing is that you'll notice we passed in handle as an argument to getURL. We can see that on the arguments object right here. Anytime you pass a variable to a function, that variable during the creation phase is going to be put on or put in the variable environment of the current execution context. So by passing in a variable called handle, it's as if we created a local variable called handle here and set it equal to whatever it was. In this case, it was Tyler McGinnis. So we can visualize that nicely here because we have arguments this. Any arguments we passed in are now kind of like local variables. And then we have, because of hoisting, any variable declarations inside the function are assigned a default value of undefined. So now, once we go into the execution phase, Twitter URL becomes that URL, and then we return Twitter URL plus handle, and then getURL gets popped off the execution stack, and then our program is finished executing. This brings us to the topic called scope. In the past, you probably heard a definition of scope along the lines of where variables are accessible. Now, regardless of whether or not that actually made sense at the time, with your newfound knowledge of execution contexts and our JavaScript Visualizer tool, hopefully scopes will make a lot more sense. So if we look at the definition of scope on MDN, you'll notice that it says the current context of execution. That should sound familiar. We can think of scope, or where variables are accessible, in a very similar way to how we've been thinking about execution contexts. So here's a test for you. Let's say I had a function called foo. Inside of here, we had a local variable called bar, and then I invoked foo, and then did console.log bar. What is going to be logged to the console when this runs? Well, let's look.
It's going to create the variable first in the creation phase. Gonna create a variable attached to your handle. Yeah.
So we step in, create a new execution context for Vue. That creates a new variable called bar. But then once the execution context is popped off the stack, when we go to console.log bar, looking at JavaScript Visualizer, it makes a lot of sense that we are going to get reference error, bar is not defined. By the time this line runs, Vue's execution context where bar is defined has already been popped off the stack. So it's as if bar was never even a thing because Vue's execution context is already gone. So let's look at another example here. So before we run this, let's walk through it. We have a function called first, where we define a name of Jordan and then console.log it. Second does the exact same thing with Jake. We console.log name here, set a local variable, or in this case, it's a global variable, name to Tyler, call first, call second, and then console.log name. So go ahead and hit pause on this video right now, walk through this, and then think about what's going to be logged to the console.
So second and first are going to be logged. Well, let's think about it. Because it's calling the function only. Yeah, it's calling the function, so it's gonna log Jake, Jordan, and Jake, but it's not gonna log Tyler. Console log.name. Yeah, it's not gonna log Tyler. That's my.
So first we enter the global execution context in the creation phase. The variable declarations are put into memory, and the name variable is assigned a default value of undefined. So then when we get to this line right here, console.log name, what's going to happen is at this moment, name is undefined, as we can see. So we get undefined. We then set name to Tyler, and then we enter the first execution context, or we create a new execution context called first. In the creation phase, we have arguments this and then a name, which is default as undefined. We assign name to Jordan. And then when we console.log, we get name. So the way this works, and this might be obvious, is when you try to access a variable in an execution context, it's first going to look to its own execution context to see if that variable exists. In this case, it does, so it just logs Jordan. So then first is taken off the execution stack. Then we go into second, same thing. Name gets set to Jake. And then same logic, because name is in the current context, it's going to log Jake. And then at this moment, we console.log name. And there is a name variable here in the global execution context variable environment. So we get Tyler. So now what if the variable doesn't exist in the current execution context? Will the JavaScript engine just stop trying to look for that variable? So let's see an example here. So let's set name to Tyler. We can log the name, and then we invoke log name. So we have a variable named Tyler. We go into the log name execution context. At this moment, log name doesn't have a local variable called name. So what it's going to do is it's going to look to its closest parent execution context to see if a name property exists. So what will happen is it'll say, hey, I don't have name, but it looks like the execution context above me does. So go ahead and log that instead. And this is really the idea of scopes and scope chains in JavaScript. So if the JavaScript engine, like I said, can't find a variable local to the function's execution context as we saw here, it'll look to the nearest parent execution context for that variable. That lookup process will continue all the way up until the engine reaches the global execution context. In that case, if the global execution context doesn't have the variable, then it'll just throw a reference error as we saw earlier, because that variable doesn't exist anywhere up the scope chain or the execution context chain. So at this point, we've talked about execution context and their phases, the creation phase as well as the execution phase. We've talked about hoisting, we've talked about scopes, and we've talked about the scope chain lookup. There's one last topic I want to discuss, and historically in JavaScript, it's taken as a very advanced topic, but I'm hoping now with your knowledge of all of the topics that we just barely covered, it should be pretty straightforward. So what we're going to do is we're going to visualize this code right here. So notice we have a count, we have a makeAdder function, which takes in a single argument, and what it returns is a new function that takes in a single argument. And then when this inner function is invoked, it's going to return us whatever the initial argument was, plus whatever the new argument was. So what this looks like, and again, your brain might be getting a little weird right now, we'll walk through this. So what happens is makeAdder returns us a function. So add5 is going to be a function. So then we say count plus equals add5 passing in 2, which will give us 5, because that was the initial argument, plus 2. All right, that was a lot. Let's visualize this and we can see what happens. So we are in the creation phase. We define some variables. And then we enter make adder's execution context. At this moment, in the creation phase, we have arguments to this, and then we have a local variable because that's what was passed in as an argument. So we enter the execution phase, and then make adder is going to be removed from the execution stack because it is going to be finished executing. But notice what happens here. We have this brand new thing called a closure scope. The reason we have this is because we had a function nested inside of another function. And whenever that happens, the inner function is going to create what's called a closure over the outer function's execution context. So you'll notice here that the variables inside of this closure execution context are the exact same as the variables that were in the make adder execution context. Again, the reason for that is because later on when inner is invoked, it needs to have access to those same variables, that same variable environment. If it's still fuzzy, let's continue to step through this. So eventually what happens is we invoke add5. That creates a new execution context on the execution stack. And then let's just read this as normal. So as we're executing, we get to this line right here where we are returning x plus y. JavaScript is going to say, okay, does inner have a y variable in its variable environment? It does. It's set to 2. But we also need to know what x is. Does inner have an x variable in its variable environment? It doesn't. So just as we've done in the past, we want to look up to the closest parent execution context to see if that variable exists. We look up in the closure scope and it says, hey, does closure scope have a variable in its variable environment of x? It does, and its value is 5. So go ahead and return 5 plus 2. So then we continue stepping through this, and then count gets changed to 7 because as we saw, that was 5 plus 2, and then the closure scope is removed from the execution stack. So let's visualize this just one more time. The takeaway here is if you have a function inside of another function, as we do right here, we have inner inside of make adder. The inner function is going to create what's called a closure over the execution context variable environment of the parent function. So in this case, even though the make adder execution context gets removed from the stack, because we have these nested functions, inner creates what's called a closure scope over, again, the execution context variable environment of the parent function. So now, later on, when that inner function is invoked, as we see here, with the normal scope chain lookup rules, the inner function has access to any of the variables declared in the parent function's execution context, even though that parent function's execution context has been removed from the stack. And that whole concept, as you probably guessed by now, is called a closure. So one last time, let's go ahead and do a real quick recap. When the JavaScript program starts to run, it creates a global execution context. This execution context has 2 phases, the creation phase. In the creation phase, 4 different things happen. First, in the global execution context, JavaScript will create a global object. We will always create a this object. We set aside memory space for any variables as well as functions. Variable declarations get assigned a default value of undefined, that's called hoisting, and functions themselves get placed entirely into memory. The next type of execution context is the function execution context, which will happen whenever a function is invoked, as we see here. So the function execution context is the exact same as the global execution context, except for instead of creating a global object, we create an arguments object, and any arguments that are passed into that function get added as if they were just local variables to the execution context. Then whenever you have a function inside of another function, even if the parent function's execution context is removed from the stack, the inner function will still retain access to the variable environment of the parent function's execution context. This is called a closure that we can see here. And then the last thing is the scope chain. At this moment right here, JavaScript is going to look inside of the current execution context to see if the variable x exists. It doesn't, so then it will go up the scope chain to the next closest parent execution context. In this case, it's the closure scope. It will look for that variable. In this case, it exists. It's 5. So then x will become 5. Y exists locally in the execution context, so y will be 2. So that will return 7, which gets added to count, which then changes to 7.
Yeah, but that's it for today. I'll be back some other day. Alright, see you.